Hello, good morning, good morning. Welcome back to the final day of the month over here for October. Where I'm seeing gold right now, it's obviously it's end of the month, so we can expect some interesting price action here. So we got to be kind of careful. We're starting to break back above $4,000. Yeah, we got $4,000 psychological mark over here. So remember, this is like the key level that gold needs to, kind of like close above. I think that's going to be the most significant level if price can close above that $4,000 mark. So it looks like we're already up over here and most likely maybe close above it. Daily time frame is kind of like confused though, because the daily just flipped bearish again. I thought we could get some sells here today. It's slowly trickling to the upside, but you can see the daily bias. It's currently at waiting, so we haven't got any like real solid direction yet on this daily candlestick. It's just kind of like chopping around a lot. You're looking for sells? Yeah, I mean, like that's why I thought like some sells would have been a good idea here early on, but seems like the buys played out like a short-lived buy over here, and then it's really trickling a lot. There's a lot of choppiness. Boom, 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 boom. So just kind of avoiding this. How long does your bias work? It changed for me like 5 times in 10 minutes. That's negative. It can't change 5 times in 10 minutes unless price is moving like crazy volatile. And I think the reason you're saying that is because it's changing from bearish to waiting, yeah? That's what it is. Because the daily was trying to trend earlier on. It was trying to trend. That's why it kept going from bearish to waiting. Bearish to waiting. That's probably what you are seeing. So you see it's a daily bias indicator. So if you're just hovering around an area, it's not going to give you like the bias, correct? Because like right now, we're negative 0.03%. Literally the daily is a doji candlestick. So there's nothing. There's nothing. Maybe until it comes up here again. Then it can switch over. I don't know if we hit... Did we hit 40 bullish? No, I don't think we hit bullish today yet. Oh, we did maybe during the Asia session. But it's been fluctuating between bearish and waiting. But now it's you see the daily is at 0%, so we're gonna see what happens here. Not an easy day. BE at the moment lost 1 in gold and got 1 in Nasdaq. Looks so good, but closer. Oh, closer after PNL was BE run up like crazy. Yeah. I mean, it's Freaky Friday, so, end of the month over here. Let's say explore 10,500 plus new market benchmarks with Bloomberg indices on TradingView. Critical update to level up your market analysis. Oh, Bloomberg indices are now available on TradingView. Access over 10,500 indices, including the 25 commodity indices, and add them to your chart in just a few clicks. What is this? Oh, okay. So I thought we were gonna get like some nice little terminals. Interesting looking smart money concepts here with Bloomberg. What else we got today? We got Euro, Canadian dollar news. Pretty much nothing. No fundamentals to really look out for. No fundamentals today. Hey, good morning. Good morning, Joshua. Good morning. Hey, we need to do some coding over here. Can we even code this thing? No, we can't code it. Or is it the pill zones? Oh, here it is. Read to script create a working copy. Period. We need to change the time over here. See, it says 1900 hours. Oh, for London Open, you see it says 3 a.m. Gotta change the time over here. We gotta change this to 4. Gotta change that to 4. Let's see what happens. Let's show art to chart. Oops, wait, I changed that one as the wrong one. It's a London Open. Period to 12. Whatever. Yeah, Auli looks like it wants to clean up the range here. It wants to head up towards 40.38. You know Pine Code? Yeah, I know a bit of Pine Code. It's not really that difficult. What are we on? 0.06. Daily starting to flip bullish. Gave these buyers a hard time though. It didn't make it easy for these buyers. Like even on the first break right over here, see how it came back down aggressively? Then the break gave a pretty decent push, but then still came down to retest these zones before starting to push up again. They're definitely not been the easiest. Not light work. Hey, what's up? Xauusd. What does it go off? Yeah, it goes off the daily percentage. See, like right now, gold is trying to just find its it's trying to find its bearings over here. It's gotta go through this ADA SMA do as well on the daily. It's kind of giving it a bit of a hard time. I think the volume is gonna come in. It feels like one of those days where you're just gonna get Freaky Friday during New York session. See, this was this was like from, was this like yesterday? This looks like yesterday's chart, kind of there. Similar PA like yesterday. But that fake out. Brokers are so smart. Yesterday I was looking at USD and I was trying to go long. They said I can only go short. Sounds like what happened with a Robinhood when people are trying to buy game GME, but they could only allow you to short GME at the time. You know, because apparently they got bought out by the institutions. So they stopped the retail traders from buying GME, from pumping it up anymore. So they kind of like sold out there and went against the whole motto. You know, Robinhood, still from the rich give to the poor. So, you know, they kind of sold out. But yeah, there's a range here, like 5-minute range. It's 64 pips. I think that's what price is trying to climb up towards right now. So you're looking at, you know, like 40.33 level over here. Do you know a way to correct the time zones? Because with summertime, my NY sessions isn't correct anymore. Yeah, I mean, you know, you can just go on your kill zones and they'll go to the script over here and then you can change the times. You gotta change the time here. See, these are the times. I think you just gotta push it. You just gotta push it an hour ahead. So if it's 3, you do 4. 4, then you do 4, 13. That's what I reckon it is. Then here, that's the Tokyo, that's the London Open, that's the New York. You see, New York is at 8. 8 a.m. Eastern is the New York Open over here. So you gotta change that 8 to 9. And if it's still not working for you, then you know you can just go on ChatGPT, copy this code and say, you know, push everything an hour ahead. And then see if it works then. Is that all sessions? Yeah, that's all sessions. You got the Asia and London and New York. GJ and EJ are on break and reset phase. EJ did retest. Oh, first trade to fill the range. Don't trade EJ here.
We don't do that here.
See, close both trades for 1 to 2. 5-minute 15, 1 hour close above resistance. 5-minute close above previous rejection wicks at resistance. A sell below 5-minute breakout candle. Very nice. Yeah, I see this was like almost like even a breakout situation. This is on the 1 minute. You got like a small little accumulation here. It's kind of risky, but you took a buy. This was a little bit cleaner over here. This secondary one for the buy above. Let's see, 5-minute candle close. Close above key psychological mark and resistance with volume. SL below 5-minute. Yeah, very nice. You see, the price action was still moving up here, so you also were on the right side of the market. First trade of the day, TFX Concepts, easy hold. This was okay, so easy hold. 80 pips candle. Nice little breakout. Volume came in. Distributed from that consolidation right there. Oh, where are my tools? Here it is. Yeah, I see you draw it as well. I was thinking entering here, but I didn't backtest enough. Down here, there's also maybe another entry right over there. Consolidation breakout, a sell 16 pips. Confluence, my bias is bullish from the previous day trend. Decide to take this trade from my live account and not the prop firm. Nice. Negative 0.03% again. This daily is really consolidating. Did you buy a Robo? No. As I don't want to pay for TradingView, I'm just starting to add all-in-one SMA plus kill zones, as I can only have 2 on the chart. Oh, that's pretty smart. You get it, like you can add all these indicators in one go, like the kill zones and SMAs. Interesting. Found a loophole. Back in the gulag we go. With Goldie. Got like a small little range over here. It's not the greatest range though. Like 45 pips. I'm not trading GJ. We're gonna do analysis on GJ. I'm kind of just waiting for GJ to come back to its prime again, you know? Like the good old days. But right now, GJ, there's definitely something, like I'm seeing a little bit more volume. If you look at the 4 hour here, we're getting like really nice ranges. Really nice pushes. Or I might just scrape GJ completely. Because, you know, I've been trading gold for such a while now. And man, like gold has just been amazing. Amazing. I have not seen any reason to trade anything else but gold. So I think I'm just going to stick with gold. You know what they say, if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? Don't fix it. I think we're gonna have to move this thing down now. Landing in T minus 3, 2, 1. Do you use the exact amount of pips for SL and TP for every trade? No. No, I don't. If I want to scalp the position, I'll use like 16 pips. That's okay. Like 16 stop loss, 16 take profit. But when I'm looking at like Juju, just having like a bigger trade, like if I want to be in it for longer, there's no limit to the stop loss. We can have like 50 pips, 30 pips. There's no limit. But, you know, preferably something that's not too crazy. Like 100 plus pip stop loss. I prefer like have maybe like, if it's a bigger stop loss, maybe like 50 pips. But the trade idea and the trade is still the same. Like if it breaks, I'm expecting it to just continue in my direction. So the trade idea is literally the same. The only difference is, do I want to use a big stop loss or do I want to use a small stop loss? But I think on stream on average, we have typically like 20 pip stop loss on stream because, you know, we're going to manage at 35% if it comes into drawdown. Most of the time that 35% is at 20 pips. It's like 4 pips extra from the 16 anyway. You know, one thing, I love to be very fluid with the way I trade. I'm holding buys from 39.83 and 85 since yesterday. Do you think I should keep holding or close them? Yeah, I think that's up to you. You know, you should never get into a trade without knowing what it is that your exit plan is. For me, I thought like maybe, you know, price can keep moving up here on gold if we can break above this 4-hour resistance over here by 40.26. Because if we can break above 40.26, you can see a candlestick has already tried to break above 40.26 over here. But it couldn't break and close above this level. It just broke these wicks and then pulled back into the range. So we would want to see a candlestick close above this area, and for your buys to play out, so you can continue holding them, you're going to need a 4-hour close above this resistance. And then you're going to have a pretty good chance that price can continue to move up and fill this range towards like 441.09. So that's going to be your target. And that's going to be the range, like 630 pips. Got a 630 pip range. You got a nice little 8 SMA confluence. So you just got to like monitor it. Your target was 40.50. Yeah, 40.50 is pretty good. It's like, it's not too greedy anyway, but you still need that 4-hour candle to close. Got a really good one yesterday night at market open. My live account, last trade of the month for my live account. Oh, nice. Hold 80 pips just because I got it. As a last trade of the month, it would be nice just to hold a trade, eh? That's kind of what I wanted to do today. I thought maybe, you know, if I get a pretty good move, I'm just gonna hold the trade. Just see what I can get out of it. Yeah, and today's Halloween as well, so you know, you might get like some serious crazy price action. You know, for Halloween, I already taking a bit of blood over here. Look at this. Already had one trade, and then that was like a losing trade. So in true Halloween fashion, let's go. Happy Halloween. Get some red in the spreadsheet. Yeah, but see over here. The problem with GJ, it's much lower volume than gold. Yeah, it's too low. We can only count on higher time frame. Yeah, GJ is gonna give you like a 6-pick. Like pound pairs are definitely lower volume. You're gonna see like maybe even a 6-pip move, and it looks like a pretty big move. Let's see how GJ is performing. Yeah, you see like got a 6-pip move over here, but man, look at this candlestick. That's like 11 pips. Yeah, this is just something that I don't want to go back to, because you know, I've been here, I've done that. This is how like my journey was from most of 2020, 2021. Can't remember 2022 too much, but for the most part, the market has been like that, like 10 pips, 11 pip candlesticks. Just kind of over this, you know. I need more volume, so I don't think I'm gonna be going back to GJ. But I think like gold has spoiled me a lot. Gold has spoiled me a lot, especially this year. So I don't even want to go back to anything else. If anything, I'm going to look and see how can I trade something else that has a lot of volume over here. I think as for now, I think like gold is something that I don't think I'll ever turn my back on gold, because it's like the gold standard, you know. It's like you can't turn your back on gold. I think gold will always perform well, since it's like a safe haven. Let's see, gold heads for second weekly loss. Gold prices fell around 40.10 per ounce on Friday, set for a second straight weekly loss, pressured by fading expectations of Federal Reserve rate cuts and US-China trade deal. The two countries reached a trade truce with a one-year deal on rare earths and critical minerals as Trump cut fentanyl tariffs to 10%. And Beijing agreed to curb production to resume US. You know, at first Trump was like, we're going to stop fentanyl from coming into the country completely, because, you know, they're like fueling this fentanyl, drugs, you know. And then now look at this. Now he's cut fentanyl tariffs to 10%. Because, you know, the government, they make money from that. It's not just the criminals who make money from that. The government allows these criminals to come in with drugs because they get a cut from it, because it's a profitable business. So it's like when they're not happy, then they're going to pull your arm. They're going to twist your arm. You know, that's how they do it. They're going to twist your arm. Then you're going to make things hard for you. Fed Chair Powell said another rate cut in December is not assured, keeping the dollar near 3 months high, making gold costlier for foreign buyers. See, gold's long-term drivers remain intact despite recent correction. All these purchases of gold have one key common important motivation, i.e. the need for safe haven diversification. And that's why I mean, like, gold's a safe haven. It's not going anywhere. Now, it's not something like GJ where it just loses volume all of a sudden and now you got to wait for internal politics to build up and all that nonsense. Like, gold is on par with a lot of the macro fundamentals which are currently happening. So let's see, haven diversification of portfolio amidst the increasingly volatile de-dollarization narrative. De-dollarization. I think that perfectly sums up what's going on, especially politically with like China and Russia and, you know, North Korea. It's like a de-dollarization. Silver, or is that too much like gold? Oh. Actually, I don't know. Let's see. Silver could be good. I think silver could be. It's just like to understand, like right now this looks crazy though. Like look at the amount of wicks over here. Yeah, some people trade silver. Let's change the broker. Yeah, I think silver, like if this is the kind of psychology of silver, it could be good. Right here, like little breakouts like this, aid us in mid-confluences. Do a little fake out over here, failed opportunity. Yeah, you really gotta study the pair and see like how often it does these kind of situations like that. Because it might be changing a bit of the system where you don't take the initial breakout, but you're looking for more of the fake outs. So just to understand the psychology a bit more. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take like maybe, you know, 2 months. 2 months of looking at silver every day, seeing how it moves during that London Open, pre-London time. And then once you start to see something happen over and over again, then you're gonna start executing on that idea. But you know, it takes time. You can't just like jump from one thing to the next thing. Because, you know, if you do that, I used to do that in the beginning just to try everything out. But you really don't get a grasp on those pairs. You're just kind of like trading them almost artificially. I used to trade Australian dollar, US dollar. It was pretty nice. Gbpjpy USD as well. But I didn't understand. I didn't truly understand the pairs. I would just see like a generic price action and just say like, okay, yeah, this is how it moves. You gotta have a big account to trade silver. Oh, its spread is bad too. Yes, you can't trade silver. NQESYM gold move well. Yeah, NAS 100 looks interesting. Gold's always a good choice. I agree. Gold's always a good choice. I think everybody now trades gold. If you just look at the space, everybody just is mainly trading gold. Either gold or some kind of like an NQ or something, you know? I don't know if people still trade GJ. Man, when I see someone trade GJ, I feel like they're kind of wasting time, because if you're gonna have like 2 bullets in a day, why would you spend one on GJ? When gold is moving like this and has an opportunity to explode. Yeah, but today Goldie is it's also taking a break here. So it's been a long October. But surely we can close 4,000. At least 4K. Man, I'll be surprised if gold closes below 4,000. We might start to see some pullbacks in November. Like some stronger pullbacks. Maybe take out these lows. We could still see it even after closing 4,000. But I think the probability would be quite strong that this low will get taken out if we close below 4K. You see right now what Goldie's doing? It's just trickling. It's trickling right here. Boom, 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 boom. Add a small V-shaped reversal. Over here too. Price moved up, then just straight move back down. Retest these lows. Bro, you should check out USD Swiss franc. Yeah, I wish I got paid in francs. Pretty good. Strongest currency out there. It's definitely a better trade in gold. Let's see. I trade US 30. think the only guy I know who traded US30, I think his name is TY on YouTube. Called it the Dirty 30. Daily is bearish, looking for shorts. 40.28, good short level. Yeah, daily is not bearish. It's like, it's basically a doji. It's 0.03%, sir. It's literally about to flip bullish with just a few more pips. So, you know, that's why we're waiting here. That's why you gotta sit on your hands. Because gold is not trending anywhere. See, if you wouldn't know this, if you didn't have the super secret indicator, you would still be sitting there thinking that we're bearish, but we're not. We're just flipping between bearish and bullish. It looks like that to you because, you know, maybe when you're trading naked like this, and then you're going to do your own analysis and you're going to start looking at past levels over here and all that stuff. But every moment in the market is unique. Every day is unique. Every session is unique. So you must get comfortable with being more flexible. You know, because like a lot of us, we like the idea of doing this higher time frame analysis and you're picking one direction because we're going to look at something like this and then see the line go down. So yeah, you're going to say it's bearish. And yeah, I mean, to some extent you're correct, but that's old news. So how is that going to help you to execute on a position now? You know, what if it doesn't move down? Then what? You know, then what are you going to do? What if it's just a bullish day? You know, some days maybe we're just going to be going up the whole day, but you're still busy looking at this older price action. Yeah, so you need the super secret indicator here. Without this thing, then, you know, you're going to be confused. What's the name of the indicator? It's a free daily bias indicator. It's in the description box. You know, like this morning when I took my sell idea here, the super secret indicator, it was saying daily bias is bearish. And that was exactly in line with what I was thinking as well. You know, and then unfortunately that was becoming the liquidity grab before the actual move because gold was stuck in this range for such a long time. So it decided, hey, let me just screw these guys quickly as the new hourly candlestick opens and we can have a move up. But by that point, you know, there's a lot of time. You got to execute. At some point, you got to execute. Good morning, Leon. Sellers are not in control. Let's see. Or are now in control. Yesterday's sell-off was crazy, though. It filled up the whole range after stream. So this is where we were commentating for price to move down towards support. And then the sellers took 4,000. Got it right here, exactly at $4,000. Sellers took 4K. Boom, tumbled. Then it came down over here to fill this range all the way down towards support. Pretty nice move as well. This is like a shotgun. I didn't even realize it because we're looking at the 1 minute. But he also got like a shotgun entry there with 8 SMA confluences. Broke nicely. Didn't even create a top wick over here. So much volume from that breakout initially. There's no top wick. See how clean this is? How clean that is. There's nothing up here. Just a tiny, tiny, tiny little bump over there. Can't even see it that well. Hey, what's up, doctor? Sellers are now... Oh, yeah, let's wait. Let's see if we got any charts. No charts. No charts means no trades. No. Let's see. Commodity intraday targets, key levels. Got some expert advisors over here. Wang Tao is a Reuters market analyst for commodities and energy technicals. Wang Tao is back from holiday. Remember we went for a break? We were told Wang Tao will not be with us for the week or something like that. Now he's back from his holiday. The views expressed are his own. No information in this analysis should be considered as business, financial, or legal advice. Let's see what Wang Tao is talking about gold. He's looking at 4061 key level as a target. We're looking at 4050 yesterday. Support, he has a support here is at 4005, which we are currently below. No, we are above it. 4003, 70, and 3914. I wonder if Wang Tao is using any kind of like strategies from YouTube. Maybe he sees a ICT turtle soup there. Yeah, but this is negative 0.07. Daily could flip at any moment right now. But you can see the indecision. You can feel the indecision in the market. It's a lot more. It's quite indecisive over here. As we wait. So this is to say that if you're trying to catch a bomber clot trade, there's a very lower probability that you're going to catch a bomber clot trade. Maybe you're going to get lucky, but it's in this condition, it's a pretty low chance since, you know, we're just waiting here. Waiting on the daily bias. But it's setting up something right now, but it just doesn't have any direction. See the wick starting to build up too. My take on the market is if the market is manipulated, it could always move like this if it wanted to. Like literally every day, it could just move like this and just make it extremely difficult for people to catch positions. So exactly like this. Just copy and paste this model of movement over here. Because whenever you don't get like clean follow throughs, it's harder to hold your trades, especially when you have a break. Like if price consolidates, let's say for ages, and then does a lot of fake outs in that range, and then fakes out like this, has a break, and then fakes down like this, it's more likely it's going to be harder for you to even catch anything like very clean, even if it still moves up. It's just surviving those pullbacks is going to be a problem. But yeah, it's accumulating orders right now. It seems like it's trying to do a little breaky here. So it starts breaking above resistance by 40.24. You might see a little bit of bullish exuberance in here now soon. Took a trade during Asia. It's in trades taken. Unfortunately, I couldn't beat Wood's last pip count. Hey, no worries. It's not a competition here. But I'm pretty much, you know, it's been a pretty good month so far. So, calling it here like 34%, 30%. And start a new month. See if we can get some more plays. Maybe get that continuation to the upside with a new weekly candlestick open up. And then we have a range. If you haven't watched the most recent higher time frame analysis video on my channel, you have to watch it. You have to watch it because next week, if we get the PA we're looking for, especially if we get through that 4-hour resistance, it could look pretty good like Monday, and we could see like a bullish week. Hopefully, what I'm hoping for is a bullish exuberance into the first week of November over here. So if we can get that, then yeah, that's gonna be a pretty nice way to start off the new month. So if you still haven't taken a trade today, I would still be sitting on my hands, wait for a bit more additional confirmation. Woods and I got a little competition going, but a healthy one. We're not gonna trade just to trade. All right. Pip competition. The only thing that is scary is Halloween is that I blow my funded. Yeah, you don't want to blow your funded here. Not at the end of the month. Like you'd rather give yourself a fighting chance, you know. I say you don't gotta fight like every fight. You can pick your fights. You can pick and choose. You see like this setup over here? Just because it's a setup, it doesn't mean that I have to take that trade. You know, I don't have to fight that fight if I don't want to fight that fight. It's simple. And I think once you fully understand that, you start taking back some control. Yeah, I think you got to know a good strategy as well, because sometimes, you know, you have these strategies which only show up every now and then, and you're like, damn, if I don't take this, I'm going to miss it. Those are like FOMO strategies. So let's say if you got like some kind of a trend line like this or something, you know, and then you're waiting for price to come up so you can take it. So you're always thinking to yourself, man, if I don't take this fair value gap here, or if I don't take this move, then, you know, I'm going to miss it. Because you're trading based off of waiting for price to come to your level. So you already have a set or a fixed mental on taking that position. Whereas, you know, for me, when I trade, the setup forms, because I can always get a setup every hourly candlestick. Maybe I can get maybe 1, 2 setups. Then I can look at the setup, then I can say, okay, you know, pass. Pass or take, pass or take. So I really get to choose. I get to choose what I want to take. Some people, it's harder to choose, because if you miss this one, this sell over here, then you're going to have to wait for the new structure, and that might take some time. I trade just to trade, because when I don't trade, I think I'm getting left behind. Yeah, exactly. That's why people overtrade. Because you're like, damn. I could tell you right now to stick to one trade here at the end of the month, and you'll see me on stream, just have a one trade. Then you might see me off stream, have another trade. Then you're like, damn, I'm getting left behind. I need to take another trade because he took another trade. You know, but you don't have to do that. And look at this, another fakie right here. See, you gotta pick and choose. Do you want to take this fight over here, or do you want to like wait for a better one? How much did this even go? About like 16 pips, 17 from that wick. NZD USD long seems very promising. Send in a chart then. Send in a label chart. I got back and shoulders right now. Oh, okay. Enjoy. Yeah, I'm sticking to like 2 workouts a week now. I think that's what my body is good with. Because I found like if I do three upper bodies, because I just mainly focus on upper body, kind of lazy. I don't do legs, I don't do cardio, I just do upper body. I need to find a sport. If I'm going to do cardio, I'd rather go like do something, like do a sport. You know? Something. But I'll stick to like 2 workouts a week now. Because that third workout, it's pretty good. It feels good. But it kind of throws me off for the week up ahead. Because my body usually gets a bit tired at that point. But if I take like 2 workouts a week, you know, most people can achieve 2 workouts a week. The majority of people will just do like, if it's an upper body exercise, they'll mainly do like 2 times a week. Two times a week with the right diet, you're gonna see massive gains. Massive gains. But compared to a guy who's doing it every day but doesn't have a good diet, you know, then he's not gonna build muscle. So yeah, I have to go to work. Okay, enjoy. Enjoy that game of golf. Pretty good work. Play golf. So it's not patient on the charts, it's patient on the golf course. Gotta practice that patience. You know, that's why I say, like, there's no shortcuts in life. You have to take the hard route always, because if you don't take the hard route here on the charts, then that means something else is going to get affected in your personal life. You know, if you don't build patience on the charts, then how do you expect to be patient in other things in your life? How's that going to work? So the charts are going to reveal to you the areas in even your personal life that you got to look at your personal life and say, okay, you know, what can I improve here? Man, maybe I'm too greedy. You're going to look at your results and say to yourself, okay, so I'm having these trades, and let's say you're calculating the pips of how much it pushes, and like you're seeing on average it's pushing like 18 pips, but you're waiting for 30 pips. So you got to see how many of your trades would have been winning trades if you just secured at, you know, 17 pips, for example. And then you start to gather that data, and then you say, okay, you know, maybe I have a problem. Maybe I'm greedy. You know, your results, the ones you gather, they're going to reveal to yourself what you need to improve. You're going to say, okay, you know, I see this is maybe I'm too greedy over here. And then you're going to have a section of your journal where maybe it's like the trades that you missed out because of a certain reason. Then you can see, okay, you know, maybe I'm missing a lot of trades because I'm fearful. You know, and then like slowly, just like that, you start getting better and better. Like for me, what it was Forex Factory. In the beginning, I was like, okay, so what is this thing? Forex Factory. You see, everybody's using Forex Factory. Then I started looking at Forex Factory, and I had all these folders applied over here like this. And I didn't know, like, okay, you know, we have USD HPI. And then I see we have Bank of Japan Core CPI here, yellow folder. And I used to miss so many trades because of a yellow folder. Because, you know, there's always going to be a folder, like every hour or every second hour, you know, there's something going on. So what I realize is I'm too focused on the folders that I'm missing trades. You know, then I started saying, okay, so let's remove some of these folders and just focus on the key ones, which are, you know, most of the time going to be like orange and red folders, but mainly the red folders. Orange folders, sometimes you're going to have like Trump speak. There's going to be an orange folder, or, you know, then you got to pick and choose the orange folders. And then, you know, that's how it is. It takes time. All these things, you got to like go through trial and error. Whatever it is that you are doing right now, you have to get that data, because without this data, you can't improve. You can't rewire your brain to make good habits. If you don't know where the problem is, how are you going to fix it? You know, it's a very dangerous thing, is like if you don't know where the problem is. Because people have a lot of problems and they don't know how to fix it because they don't care. It's a bad habit. It's a really bad habit. You know, you're going to take a losing trade and you're going to say, oh, well, that was a loss. I remember first time trading NFP, learned the hard way. Yeah, NFP is going to teach us. You know, the funny thing is, like, I never lost money on an NFP. Like a crazy amount of money, because I used to watch the NFP. NFP was like pure gambling, you know, like you would see price, because I told you from day one I was smart enough to know if I can lose $100, I can lose $500 just as easily. So I used to watch NFP. I was like, damn, if this thing goes, you know, I'm always thinking of the worst case scenario. One thing about me, always think about the worst case scenario, and then you're gonna like find yourself thinking a bit more critically. Like even when you look at people, I try and find the worst in people sometimes first before I start looking at the good in people. Because if you understand the worst in people, then I think you're going to understand them better. Because everybody has like a kind of vice about them, you know. So if you understand what that is, then you're going to understand them a lot better. Because people, you know, they can pretend to be good and you're not going to learn much from that. You got to see like what's the worst thing about them, because that's what's going to reveal to them some of the things that maybe even hold them back. And then you're gonna know like, okay, this guy, I can see this guy, he's not as organized. He doesn't have an organized mentality. So there's certain things that I can't do or trust this guy with. Because you're kind of seeing like the worst in people. It's kind of counter. It's not good morally to do that. But I think, you know, a lot of the time you're going to learn a lot when you're more cynical about the world. It's a very good approach to things anyway, because you're going to learn a lot more than what you see at face value. So, you know, for me, I'm always cynical. When I'm on the charts, I'm always thinking the worst. I'm not thinking like, how am I going to make a winning trade today? I'm thinking, how is the market planning on taking my money today? And I need to figure out, how can I protect my money? Because I'm not coming here so the market can pay me. I'm coming here so the market can take my money. You know, so that's the kind of mental model you kind of have to have towards things, correct? You know, that's why I say, better be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. I am new. Do you use small SL? What's a small SL? Hey, thank you for the membership, Hassan. Welcome to the tribe. Where is the no trade zone as of right now? I think as of right now, what we had happen here was a fake out. You see the market went to take people's money over here and then started to move down. So you see the market's not your friend. It went to liquidate some people over here and trap some people. Maybe even take out some stop losses for previous sellers. So I said, let me take these guys out here, give them a small whip. Give them a small whip before we start moving down. So you see, that's why I don't know about you, but I love my money. I protect my money. So when I see that the daily bias here is saying waiting, and I'm not looking at anything too appetizing, I'm not going to take a trade. Because, you know, I like my money. Look at this. We have 8 SMA over here holding the candlestick down. Got like just straight nut. There's kiss of death right here on the 5 minute. Look at this thing just completely bleed. Push down here about like 85 pips. Finally had some kind of movement. Because for the most part, it was just consolidating there. This is just that one bit of price action. And I can see the shock in the water. Because you see how it faked out first? It faked out first and then had the move down, correct? And that's the same thing that happened this morning to me. It faked me out first below here and then had pushed that. Maybe I could have gotten a buy if I missed out on this sell. I could have probably taken a buy based off of this accumulation right over here. Consider that a manipulation, and then, you know, I could have had a pretty good buy over there. And then it would come down. You see, it came down. The shark still came down to wipe everything else off over here before again pushing back up, taking out the highs, and then coming back down one more time to wipe everything out before having a bullish extension like this. So there's definitely a shark in the water today. You can see it right here as well, as just explained. Fake out above the highs before this move. So you gotta ask yourself, like, why do we even have to come up here? You see, look, the daily bias is about to change. Look at this. Whereby, you see, now it's gonna start giving us direction. You see, now it's giving us direction because price is finally is starting to move. It's trying to move. You see, we're finally starting to have some kind of movement. You see how that works? It keeps you out of all this garbage, and then it keeps you in the market when it finally is trying to move. You see, it's just like flipping so much. Look at that. Bias, bearish. See, bearish waiting, bearish waiting. It's like at the gates. It's at the gates before, you know, we can have a properly trending. It's trying to break through the gate right there. Halloween today is really Freaky Friday. So yeah, it's trying to break through it. It's trying to break through it. That's how my trade was. My trade was literally like this. I took the sell, it was like bearish, and then it flipped back up. Because it couldn't break through the... Man, I want to take a trade on Freaky Friday. Why is the indicator daily bias on waiting? Because you gotta wait. Gbpjpy says monthly 30% gain is unrealistic and not suitable. No problem. You know, if you were raised and you were told you could never do something, you won't do anything. I knew I could do everything, so I do it all. I believe in myself. Anything I can do, I can do. That's the problem with people who get brought up in environments who, whenever they're told they can't do something, you're never gonna do anything. I'm new. Do you use a small SL? Yeah, sometimes. Imagine, what if ChatGPT told you that you can't go to space? Then what? Then are you gonna sit on Earth your whole life and say, oh, ChatGPT said I couldn't go to space, so I guess I can't go to space? Man, you gotta think for yourself sometimes, you know? Can't just ChatGPT everything about life. I'm new. You trade live with SL and TP? Yep. So you got a trade set up, then we're gonna take a position. So that indicator runs 150 pip move to indicate movement. If price basically on the daily comes below like 0.40%, that's gonna start showing us a bit of direction. But you see right now it's like literally hovering right there. You see how we even tapped 0.40 and then it flipped back up? This is a pretty key mark. And this is all based from, you know, my experience and relationship with this instrument, because I know how this instrument behaves on certain daily points. So, you know, then I'm like, okay, so this is how gold behaves when we're moving and trending, and this is how gold behaves when we're just like hovering. Sell setup missed. It was good. Anything I can do, I can do. Never has there been words spoken that are more true. Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is, I always tell people is you're right. If you think like achieving 15% a month is not possible, you're completely right. You know, if you think it's possible, you're right at the same time. You know, you're right. No one can change your opinion. You know, that's one thing I've learned about people is at some point in my life, I was like, man, you know, like there's some people you can't change the mentality. So this is just their reality. So when they live in a reality, you have to respect their reality, because each one of us have our own reality. You know, it's not like I'm the main character. It's not like you're the main character. We're all main characters. So everything you believe is true. So I believe I can make 30%. I believe I can make 50%, which I did this month. I believe I can be up to 100% on the year. These are things I believe. And, you know, these are things that I do. You can come, you can look at all my trades over here. You can look at the signals. You can look at the entries. You can look at my Instagram, the videos that I make of the trades every day. You know, and if you don't want to do that, then that's all up to you. Because, you know, like at the end of the day, God didn't put you on this planet to prove things to people. You know, you only got to prove things to the guy looking at you in the mirror. That's your only competition. You have nothing to prove to anybody else but the guy who looks at you back in the mirror. Yeah, so that's my philosophy. I'm done for the month. Positive month. Nice one, Angie. Hi, sir. Please tell me price will update from 4002 in 1 minute time frame. What do you suggest? I don't know what you mean. That price will update at 4002. I don't know. If you want to make a change, you gotta look. What? How does that song go again? Want to make a change? Look in the mirror and make that change. Yeah, no one's coming to save you, so you gotta save yourself. If you have ambitions, if you have goals in life, you gotta save yourself. You gotta make those things happen, because life will try and make it difficult for you. There's nowhere in life that it's gonna make it like easy for you. You know, it's always gonna be in your way. So you gotta like at one point say, hey, I want this, and I'm gonna work towards this, and I'm gonna achieve this. And then, you know, eventually the universe steps out your direction and out of your way, and then you're going to have a better chance of achieving those goals. But if you start a fight and you go into the fight thinking, oh, you know, this is not possible, then you've already lost the fight. Even before you started the fight, you've already lost. But even if there's a higher probability that you would lose that fight, but at least you went into it with the right mental model, then you're going to have a better probability of winning that fight or something changing or having some kind of a success. So you can't look for problems where there's solutions all the time. So when God gives you a solution, you know, he's going to say, listen, you're losing right now because you're over trading. You know, you're losing because you're over trading, but now that's the solution, is to stop over trading. But you're going to find a complex reason to why you're actually losing. Maybe you're going to start making some things up. You know, you're going to start playing the victim on your losing trades instead of just taking less trades. Because, you know, sometimes that's the lesson. You know, the universe works in a funny way. It doesn't let you proceed to the next step in life until you learn the lesson that you need to learn in that stage. And if it lets you proceed to the next step in life, I always find that a bit dangerous because you're proceeding with bad habits. So, you know, some people are going to proceed with bad habits. For example, you have a challenge and you pass a challenge by bad habits. People pass challenges by bad habits. So you see, you've proceeded, but you proceeded with like a very dangerous outlook on trading. So eventually, you know, it catches up to you. You know, like you see these traders who are risking like 30% a trade, 50% a trade. You think the universe is going to let them get away with it? All these gurus who are risking 30, 40% a trade, and now you think that's normal? You think that's normal? Man, given the right amount of time, that habit is going to catch up to you. Whatever that bad habit is, it's going to catch up to you. So you're going to think, oh man, but this guy survived it. That's why, you know, when you start to journal your trades, you really got to stomp out the bad habits as soon as possible. Like the moment for me, I always say, when I have like a 3 losing streak, for example, a 4 losing streak even, I always look at it and say, are these normal losses? Has something changed in my psychology? Have I missed something? You know, because sometimes as humans, we tend to forget that we're straying off the path. Sometimes, you know, we start to break our rules, we start to bend our rules. You know, at one point I was bending my rules and Joshua was like, hey, you know, I think, you know, like, you're not following your rules so much. I think that's what he told me on Instagram. I can't fully remember. I was like, yeah, I know this. I am straying off the path for a bit here. You know, and it happens to us. So that's why we got to like take a step back and we got to reflect and see, okay, you know, why am I bending my rules? What's happening to me subconsciously that's making me bend my rules? So it's very important. Like every time you notice some kind of a bad habit, you got to stomp it out. It's like you're going to see a fire on the ground and you say, okay, you know, if this fire keeps going, it's going to burn down the whole village. You know, so you got to see a fire on the ground and you got to stomp it out quickly before it gets too out of place. Because, you know, if you start getting like 4 losses, 5, 7 losses, big losses in your account, 10%, 15, 30%, man, that fire, it only gets bigger. And it gets so big to one point where you get into basically a blown account. The village burns down. So that's what a bad habit is. So when you think of a bad habit, that's what a bad habit should look like to you in your head. You know, like when you're too lazy to wake up and you're too lazy to go to the gym, or you're too lazy to work on your personal life and get successful, then you got to think about the village burning down. You got to say, okay, am I going to let this village burn down? You know, if I miss today's gym session, that fire is only going to get bigger because that's a bad habit. You know, if I don't execute on my dreams and ambitions, that fire only going to get bigger. So you got to stomp it out as quick as possible. You know, that's why for me, like on the Discord group, man, the moment I see somebody promoting some bullshit here, I stump them out quickly. I give them the Thor hammer. So we would go like on ban. It doesn't do the Thor hammer thing anymore. But then you like quickly remove those imposters. You got to remove those imposters out of your life because those guys are like cancer. Very cancerous. You know, if you let one go, then they're going to spread like a virus. You know, that's why you have to always journal your trades. because you don't want to have your losing days become a virus. You know, you don't want to get like a virus in there. I think we can go long at 4014.53. So whenever somebody tells me that I can't do something or something is not possible, man, I stump that out quickly. I shut it down because I cannot allow negativity into my life. I cannot allow somebody tell me that something is not possible, because when I started trading, everybody was telling me it's not possible. You know, and now they say, oh, that's pretty cool. Like, yeah, he's a day trader. This is what he does. I'm like, yeah, this is what I do. But where were you when I was saying that I was starting to do this? You were the one who used to tell me it was not possible, but now it's possible. You know, so man, that was the biggest lesson I learned in my life, was how people are always going to reflect on you what they think that they can't do. So it makes me even want to do it more. And I think that's a good habit. I think that's how kingdoms are built. When somebody says you can't do something, you do it 10x. You know, like Andrew Tate. I watched a video of this Andrew Tate guy. I hadn't seen a video of him in a long time, but I saw something cross my YouTube today. And apparently he's fighting KSI. And he said that him and KSI got into like a bit of a scramble. Like they're still buddies, but it's like he had to take his business away from him. I don't know what the hell that's about, but he said he had to take KSI's business away from him because that's how gentlemen deal with things. You know, gentlemen don't fight, they don't argue at each other. They're just like, oh, what the hell is Andrew Tate saying? Like, if you piss off the banker is not going to come at you and abuse you. He's just going to own your street. You know, so it's just the same mentality as when I said when a crow is attacking an eagle, the eagle doesn't fight the crow. He doesn't do anything to the crow. The only thing the eagle does is ascend. The eagle ascends, and then the crow at that altitude is not able to survive. So it just falls off the eagle back to the ground. But the eagle doesn't have to abuse the crow. He doesn't have to say anything to the crow. He just has to ascend. So that's all that it is. You don't have to prove anything to anybody in your life. All you have to do is ascend, because these are all just crows. It's the best revenge is success. Silent and just get it done. Someone tells you can't get that gym buddy, show up in a year and be like, don't even say anything. Do you think gold will make it to Asia lows? Let's see over here. Skill zones. Down to 39.88. We need to dump an additional 214 pips. Yeah, don't say anything, because you know a trap that people fall into? Let me tell you, the worst thing you're ever gonna do. The worst thing you're ever gonna do is when you have a success in your life that you tell somebody. You know, because when you tell somebody, they're going to water down your success. They're going to make it feel like it's not such a big success. It might be something quite significant to you, but they're going to look at it like it's nothing so big. You know, so the worst thing you're ever going to do is tell people. Never tell people anything. You know, because it's going to make you feel like shit. It's going to make you feel like, you know, man, I've given my power away. The fact that I've told this person something, I've given power away. So now they can control how I'm going to feel. So you never tell anybody anything, you know, because like a lot of the time people tell people stuff. And in all my previous relationships, my ex-girlfriends used to tell me, hey, you know, I'm planning on going to the gym, blah, blah, blah. They never used to go to the gym because they would finally get the satisfaction, the serotonin of saying that they're going to do something, but they're never going to do it. So you're always going to water down your ideas the moment you tell somebody, or you're going to give away the control to somebody else. So, you know, that's why you got to focus on yourself. Lol, I'm listening to you. Learned this the hard way. Yeah, never tell people anything. Even the people who love you, your own family will water it down. So, you know, in life, and especially in trading, it's a very lonely game. It's a very lonely sport. We go into these things with big ambitions and big goals to change our lives and the ones around us. But it doesn't always play out the way you think it will play out. That's why you've never seen, like, you know, what's a big myth? A big myth is Robin Hood. Robin Hood is just a story in a book. But where have you ever seen a rich person, like a super uber successful billionaire, give all their wealth away to the world? When has that ever happened? That's a big myth. You know, these are like stories we tell ourselves. Why have we never had a trillionaire or someone worth hundreds of billions give away their money and really make a difference? You know, hundreds of billions or even $1 billion, you know what kind of change that could make in a third world country, like in terms of roads, buildings, like it can make a huge change. You know what I mean? But why have we never seen that happen before? Because it's a myth. When you actually start acquiring those things, you start to realize just how greedy people are, how selfish people are. Because, you know, if you give that money to an organization, that money is never going to reach those projects. It's always going to be used in corruption. You know, so I think in life, you're gonna find like different levels in life as you mature. So that's why you can't tell people your ambitions. You just have to do it. If you plan on doing good in the world, you have to do it yourself. You know, don't be like these YouTubers who they only do good when there's a camera pointing at them, or these politicians where they only do good when there's a camera pointed at them because they can earn something from that. So if you want to do real good in the world, you mustn't tell anybody, you see? Because people are going to ruin that thing. If you start doing good in the world, people are going to ruin it. They're going to find whatever that is and they're going to find a way to manipulate it. That's why we don't do free courses. If I made my course for free and I genuinely want to do good in the world and improve everybody's financial literacy in terms of trading, I'm going to have people come into the course who are going to shit on the course. They're going to shit on the course because it's free. You know, but when you pay for something, you're going to take it more seriously and you can filter out all those people. That's the reason why people pay for courses. Man, look at this thing. Sheesh. Come on, Goldie. Yeah, that's the reason. Because, you know, like for me, when I told you the story before, when I bought my first course, it was $300. I knew if I downloaded this course for free, I was going to shit on it. So I said, hey, let me just do this the right way. I gave the guy the $300 and I studied that course like the Bible, in and out. Every single nook and cranny of that course, I studied it. Hours and hours of videos, I studied them. I made notes. I had my Word document, you know, always refining my Word document. It started like 3 pages, 2 pages, 1 page. I was trying to refine it as much as possible. But I know if I got it for free, I would shit on that course. So, you know, sometimes you got to look at your mentality because you have to think in a different way, almost. Because most of us are already conditioned to think in a certain way. That's not a way that to be successful that you have to think. That's why there's less successful people in the world, and there's less successful people and more people who are not successful. Because you have to change the way that you think about money. And it's a very difficult way to think about money, like in terms of respecting it and being indifferent from it. It's very difficult for people to understand that. You know, because we're too emotional with our money. Like when we take a trade, we're too emotional about that trade. We're just thinking about how much can I make from that trade. So we have a wrong attitude towards money. But you should be willing to spend money. Let the money work for you. Seek education. Keep pushing your boundaries. Don't be a penny pincher. You know, you're never going to save your way to success. You're never going to become successful without making mistakes. All these people you look up to, they made huge mistakes. Some people lost hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to start businesses, taking those L's. It doesn't all happen at one go. You're going to have to make mistakes. There's going to be expenses and dues that need to be paid along the journey. There's no one single entrepreneur who's done it with a clean slate. It doesn't exist. You are gonna have to take losses. But as long as you're going towards the right direction, then I think it's perfect. That's why I said it's like, I use that example of Lionel Richie. When Lionel Richie got scammed in the beginning of, I think he said it was like $200,000 in his music career. And he told his mother about it. His mother said, oh my days, you know, that's crazy, $200,000. And Lionel Richie just said, yeah, mom, but it was just $200,000. You know, so his relationship with money and success was different. For him, it was just $200,000 because it could have been a lot more because he had a vision to where he was going anyway. So he was willing to pay that $200,000 loss to learn that lesson sooner so he doesn't repeat it again later. So just small things like that, you know, like I used to lose a lot in my first year of trading. So I had to change my mindset to accepting losses. I was like, hey, if I'm going to come into the chart, I'm going to lose money. Fuck it. I might as well control the only thing I can control, which is my attitude towards it. So I was like, all right, so instead of focusing on making money and making a winning trade, let me focus on my losing positions and how to control my emotions. Because in the beginning, I was a super emotional trader. Like people used to make fun of me when I used to say stuff like, man, my hands used to shake. Like literally when I would put a position on, my hand used to shake and my heart rate would go up. Because I was such an emotional trader, I was focusing mainly on the end goal and making money. So I was like thinking to myself all the time, this is make or break. You know, like I have to make this work for myself. I have to make this work. I need my dreams to come true. I need to get this material possessions. So I developed a relationship with money which was completely negative. Very fearful of money. Very fearful of losing that money. You know, so the way I started and the way I'm now, completely different. And I can tell you the turning point of that was the day I bought my first course. And I'm not here to sell you anything. I'm just trying to tell you that's the mental model. I had to switch my mental to start thinking about it a bit differently. You know, because before that, I would never had imagined even spending money to even buy a book. I didn't even read. I didn't like books. I could never imagine spending a few dollars to buy a book. But ever since then, man, I started buying Audible books. I went crazy. I went on a crazy knowledge spree after that. Because I said, okay, you know, this is what we have to do. We have to do something that we've never done to get something that we've never got. Because if you keep repeating the same bad habits, you keep getting the same results. If you keep living the same life that you're living now and you're not happy with it, you're going to keep getting those same results. And I think that's what Denzel Washington said. To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did. You know, if you look at people like Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman only found success in his 40s. So why was Morgan Freeman doing all that other time, you know? It's like for some people, they just never give up. They never give up, and you know, the universe has its own timing for you. It took Morgan Freeman till I think his 40s or his 50s to actually get to the point that he is now. Or to start getting success. How did you make daily bias indicator? Man, this is like melting beautifully now. See, it's like completely flipped over here. Daily bias bearish. We're heading down back towards $4,000 a troy ounce. Coming in hot to $4,000. Now definitely Asia lows as target. Yeah, we got Asia lows here by 39.88. It's kind of weird, right? Like a lot of selling pressure on gold. Although we do want to see it move up. Yesterday's candlestick closed quite bullish there. Could it just be like some bottom wicks being formed? But it closed about 1,123 pips. It's a lot of pips there. bullish engulfing candle of the previous 2 dailies. So this thing could still reflip. Could still be like a Freaky Friday bottom wick to reflip to continue moving up bullish. Can you tell us which course that you paid 300? No, I'd rather not. Comes down to frequency. Hey bro, I'm down 5% on my 50k funded. Can you guide me how I can recover from that? It's my second phase, 2700 max loss left. You see, you're in the same, you've reached the crossroads, my friend. Those are the same crossroads I was in too. Like, am I gonna keep thinking emotionally about this money? Am I still gonna keep having my shaky hands and my heart rate go up every time I take a position, or am I gonna switch my mental model towards what money is? So you're in those crossroads. So instead of asking me, how can you recover that money? You got to ask now a different question. You see, you're still asking the wrong questions. You got to start asking different questions. Because you see, if you're losing money, then you can't control making that back. You know, you have to take a different path. You can't fight your way through life and expect to succeed necessarily like that. Because, you know, if you don't always got to go through the wall. I would say, you know, you can go around the wall, right? Go around the wall. Maybe it's going to take you longer, but I think, you know, that could be like the better option there. Because if you go through the wall, it's quite dangerous. You don't know if you're going to make it on the other side safe. Yeah, you might bust through the wall. You might take a dumb shit trade and risk a lot, like over leverage to make it back. Ensure you can make it back, go through the wall and come out of it unscathed. Or you could go through the wall and come out of it even worse than you were when you were on this side of the wall. You know, so you're in a very risky area right now because a lot of people are going to over leverage and then blow their account. Then end up on the other side and all great. But you see, if you make it and you end up on the other side and you're just fine, there's going to be another wall that you're going to have to get through. And you know, how many times can you keep doing that and keep getting away with that? So you gotta find ways that you're going to find a way to go around the walls. So if you're going to find a wall, don't go through it all the time. Just find a way to go around it. It's the safest option. It's a longer option, but it's the safest option. And execute it correctly, you can still save yourself the same amount of time. You know? Like when I play, like for example, if you ever played that game, Detroit, where you're playing as those robots. In that game, when you're having chase scenes, you can choose to go the dangerous route. It's always going to be the faster route, or you could choose the slower route. You know, it gives you like a few seconds. What are you going to choose? Fast route, which is dangerous. It might be harder. You might fall. Or you're going to go the safe route. You know, you always got to take the safe route. You can choose when you want to take the fast route, but the safe route can still be the same amount of time if executed properly, like if you took the fast route. So sometimes the fast route is just like an unnecessary risk. That's what the game is trying to communicate to you, you know, like some of these fast routes are just unnecessary risks. And then some of the other fast routes, they're a bit easier. You know, maybe you have to jump over a ledge. Not a big deal. It's a fast route, but you can see it's easier. You know, maybe another fast route is something else that looks more dangerous. So yeah, I think, you know, that's how you got to think about it. That's how you got to think about it. I always try to find inspiration in everything in life that I can think of. How can I relate this back to something that will give me wisdom? And that's how you become wise. You don't become wise by just knowing everything about the world. You become wise by being able to connect certain dots that maybe people don't see the connection. That's true wisdom. Yeah, but let's see what's going on here. We just hit 4K. Still respecting 4K. What I want to see is like at least 4K get respected for the daily to keep moving up bullish. But if you ask me, like the market conditions right now, they don't really seem too appetizing. Like I'm looking at the 1 minute time frame. I'm looking at how price came down over here, and there was not much structure. You can see price just melted initially right over here after doing that fake out, and then it pulled back upwards. It didn't really create anything of like anything too appetizing here before it started moving back downwards. But it's still distributing from this general zone. And I think 4,000 was like a psychological mark. This was like a magnet for price right over here. So you can see it just came all the way down, hit 4K, but still nothing too interesting. The market is just kind of moving to move in my view of it. It's just moving to move. Even now, if the daily bias is saying bearish, it's pretty good. There's still no setup though. We do have a resistance here, the 5 minute. We got a 5 minute resistance here. We got another resistance right here. This range is 60 pips. We might even form another range over here too, like from here to here, about like 75 pips. If we get a bit more structure, maybe price comes down, boom, boom, boom. Creates like a sort of structure here and then correct this move. But yeah, nothing standing out to me. Volume is king. Volume, low volume area in price. The same volume area, second rejection off the zone. Failed to break the previous 15-minute high, first rejection. Let me give you a great success. And a Borat. Great success. That was exactly, I was going to say, that is the main issue. Like there are many ultra resource rich countries, but nothing comes to the people and the money is there. Yeah, exactly. Like if you look at the Congo River could power, I think they say it could power the whole of Africa, the Congo River, if you harness the energy. But you see, it's just like a wasted resource now because of corruption. Imagine that. There's a lot of things as humans, like if we just work together, we don't have to struggle. See this? Like, look at this. The Congo River has a potential to power the entire African continent through the planned Grand Inga hydroelectric project, which could generate over 40,000 megawatts of electricity. You know, man, if we work together as a species, we could achieve a lot of things. But we're all operating from a point of fear. We're always fearful of each other, you know. Always kind of fearful. And then, you know, that's how the society is built, because, you know, you gotta control people. You gotta control people. You're not gonna teach them about money. You're gonna make them more fearful about money. You're gonna put them in debt and then use that debt to control them. Make them more fearful. Don't teach about financial literacy in schools for a reason. You know, the whole curriculum, because I went to a British system school, so we learned with the British curriculum. It's not designed to make you into like a... It's designed to make you into a worker. Basically, that's all it is. So when you're going to go to school, when you're going to get your degrees, at least you're just proving to your employer that you can show up on time for like maybe 3 or 4 years, get some decent results. So there's a semi chance you won't fuck his business up. That you will show up on time, do the job that you're required to do, and not fuck his business up. That's all that a paper is going to show you to your employer. You know, unless you're maybe in medicine or something of the sort, you know, then you actually need school. You actually need to know what you're doing. But a lot of these other things, you don't really need to know what you're doing. There's been also like great lawyers who've never had a law degree who are amazing lawyers. You know, you've heard these stories before. People who are just naturally talented because they're just genuinely interested in the craft. So just the same way as in trading, you don't really need like a degree or qualification to become a good trader. Who needs law school when you got suits? Yeah. It's sad because Africa, the countries that are young in history as an independent country, so it's going to take much more time to get there. They need to be because mentality and bad habits. Yeah. It's going to take time. You know, like all these iPhones and all these products, they're all coming from resources from the continent to get that cobalt and all of those things. So now imagine if they just said no. One day they told Apple, they told Microsoft, no, you guys, you got to pay more. I'm going to give you tariffs like, you know, Trump is tariffing everybody. Now imagine the continent starts tariffing the West. It starts saying, no, you got to pay 100% tariffs. You want a new iPhone? Okay, you got to pay more. You got to pay more. If you don't want to pay more, then we're going to keep our rare earth materials. But it's all coming down to mentality. You see, that's why I said, if you've always grown up and you've been grown up to say that you can't do something, you never will do something. So there's also like a mental game there of like suppression that's going on. So, you know, you got to see for yourself, like whenever you have an idea, you have to always believe that you can do it, that it can get done, and that nobody is going to tell you that it's not possible. That's how you got to break out the matrix. Because the matrix wants you docile. Anyway, let's see here. We're at $4,000. A nice little rejection off that psychological mark. I thought we could have a nice little push from this area. Boom, boom. Little fakey right here and then break above the highs, but he's still going to counter trend against the daily bias, which is bearish. But you see how beautifully that psychological mark here holds at $4,000? See, all psychology. You also see it on the charts every day. Everything about your life is all psychological. You know, so stop trying to figure life out with always needing something, because you already have everything that you need inside of you. You see, that's all that you've seen on the chart right over here, $4,000. Talking about it. Why have such a beautiful reaction off of it? So you need less than you think you do. A lot of the time we think, oh, we need a funded account. We need a big account. We need this to become this. You know, you don't need any of it. You just got to start with what you have. Meanwhile, Fed Powell said another rate cut in December is not assured, keeping the dollar near a 3-month high and making gold costlier for foreign buyers. Nevertheless, the metal remained on track for a monthly gain and is up about 50% this year, supported by strong central bank demand. The World Gold Council reported that central banks bought 220 tons of gold in Q3. Damn, how does 220 tons look like? Up 28% from the previous quarter. Can we see how much that is? 220 tons of gold. So this is 2,280 tons. The US has 8,133. Holy. Where's Russia? Am I tripping? Why is Russia not on this? is in Fort Knox. Damn, Daniel. It's a lot of gold. Did y'all end up watching the movie Gold with Zac Efron? When they found this massive pile of gold. Perfect also movie to explain to you this human psychology thing. Gotta watch this movie here. Russia has 2,330 tons. Add it to the list. It's a slow burner type of movie. It burns slow, but it's nice. I need a small loan of $1 million. Hey, if you had $1 million, if you even had $2 million, you'd be rich forever. If you could invest $1 million into something that's gonna give you passive income, like money markets, and you're getting, let's say, 10% a year, you're always gonna be rich. You know, the problem is, how can you get the first $1 million or $2 million? You know, then you gotta invest it wisely, and you're always gonna be rich. And you don't have to use the principal. You can just keep getting paid off those residuals, you know. That's why, like, many musicians also survive off of the, what do you call it, the royalties. It's all like strategy. Hardest part in life is always making the first million is gonna be the hardest. That is gonna be, but from that point onwards, it becomes a lot easier, because you know it takes money to make money. Just the same thing as in trading. Like, if you're gonna grow a small account, it feels a lot much more harder than when your account finally gets to something more substantial. Let's say from 5,000 to 5k. Now let's say you're talking about 10,000. You got your account sitting at 10,000. It's a lot faster to go from this 10k to something like, you know, 20k and then like 50k. But at the beginning, it's always the hardest. How many years have I been a professional trader? Maybe like, I've been trading almost to 6 years now. At the end of this year, it's gonna be like 6 years. So I've been trading profitably for, we can just say 5. Just round it off. Invest all your money and your return is about 7%. Your return is about, so spend 4% of your money yearly. You'll be rich forever. It's already factored in inflation. Yeah, 4% rule. Spend 4% of your total asset and you'll never run out of money. How about trading diamonds? I don't know. I've never seen that. Can you trade diamonds? This is a question in all my years. I've never asked that question before. I don't know if there's a chart for diamonds. But do you think it's preparing for another drop? It feels like, okay, for me, what it feels like the market is doing right now, it just feels like it's moving, but it's not moving like true intention. It's not moving like it wants to give a setup. It's just moving to move, because, you know, it's the end of the month over here. So you're going to have people be a little bit more risk off as we're going into November. So end of the month, you always got to be like a little bit cautious here, especially if you're not seeing that Freaky Friday volume yet, which we haven't yet seen. We're down 0.50%. So you're right. We could be dropping today. There's a chance as of right now that price could be dropping, if we're already starting to move bearish on the daily. But we haven't really seen anything too hectic yet. See, we're just holding that 4,000 psychological mark for now. Still above it. Trust me, this is a key level. If anything, we're just looking to see how the monthly is going to close. 4K above or below. If you can't trade diamonds, but the next best thing is orange's futures. Or eggs, you're going to trade eggs. You know? There's sometimes shortage of eggs. And price on eggs go up. Will I be in at NY? Nope. Man, after this, I'm going to enjoy my weekend. We're going to do a simulation this weekend in the exclusive. But after this, I'm going to enjoy my weekend. I'm not going to look at the chart. I'm not going to think of the chart. I'm just going to close out my month over here. And, you know, we're just going to call it a month and move over to November. You know, the hard work has been put in. The dues have been put in. Consistent. 39 trades this month, which is insane. Almost hit 40 trades this month. So, you know, you put in the work and you get the results. If you don't put in the work, you don't get the results. Man, September we did 48 trades. Holy. Put in more work in September. This is light work. 48 trades. In August, we did a 41. All with discipline. Not over trading, not doing anything crazy. All with discipline. 1 to 2% per trade. 1 to 2% risk per trade. That's all that it is. TFX concepts. Showing up at the same time every day and executing. That's all that trading is. Are you ready for a waterfall? I feel like if we break these lows, it can have a better chance of waterfalling here. You get through. You need to get through like 4,002. So I can try and distribute down below 4K. Because see, it took a pause right here. Got like nice little SMA confluence. It's at the bottom of the range, but from what we've seen on gold, is even the bottom of the ranges are not the bottom. You keep getting a dip on a dip on a dip. Where did the year go? Exactly. The year is almost over here. Got only November, December left. I'm ending my first funded month in profit. Let's go, Woods. Let me tell you something. Like, I don't think I've ever ended a month profitable in my first year trading. In those first initial... in that first initial year, I never ended a month profitable. For me, if I ended a week profitable, I would withdraw the money and then reward myself and just say I've ended a week profitable. You know, for me, that was enough. I was still overall in minus, but I needed to find a way to reward myself. You know, so if I could end a week profitable, holy, that for me was massive discipline that I proved to myself. You know, so even if I was in the negative, I would withdraw that money just to make it feel real, just to trick my brain and my environment to make it believe that I'm already successful. Because, you know, before you succeed in anything, you have to be delusional. You have to already see yourself there before you actually get there. You gotta withdraw. You gotta like treat yourself. Like if this week you've been disciplined and you've been doing good, you're following your rules, man, withdraw something and reward yourself this week. You know, because you're running a marathon. You're not running a sprint here. So you gotta like learn how to pace yourself. So even if you're a negative overall, just, you know, take something out of the market. Don't stop trying to chase these goals. If you're still not yet where you want to be, stop trying to compound and chase these goals, because that's going to take you a lot longer. And that journey is going to be a lot longer than if you just enjoy the small victories every week to keep yourself going, motivated. Got to keep yourself motivated. You know, it's like when I was watching, I told you guys also about this movie yesterday, The Long Walk, that I watched with Stephen King. I think Stephen King. That director who does horror movies. You know what these guys did? The thing that kept them motivated to keep walking was the fact that they had some kind of a food. You know, so whenever they eat the food would keep them kind of like motivated. It give them energy as well to keep walking. But sometimes you need something small like that, you know, to keep you going. Or this other movie. Like this other movie over here with this actor where this guy is in a prison somewhere. I forgot the name of the movie. Let's see, Mr. Robot actor Elliot Anderson movies in prison. Yeah, that was a movie where he acts in this based on a true life story about this prison. And in the prison there's a scene where he kept sending his buddy a coconut, you know, a coconut. And that coconut, because they were basically put him in solitary confinement to break him. And the fact that he was giving him like this coconut water, it kind of kept him going, kept him motivated, it kept him sane. You know, so that's kind of what rewarding yourself with a trading withdrawal at the end of the week does. So you're in solitary confinement as you're trying to be profitable, but that coconut water, that's your lifeline. You know, that's what's going to keep you going. So instead of like looking at the big picture all the time, you got to enjoy the small victories. Vic, check the 1 hour time frame. It's forming a pattern but really slow. Yeah, it's slow. We got 1 hour support here. And if we can get through the 1 hour support, then we're going to see that 4K level cracked. And for the rest of the day, we're probably going to start heading down bearish. So you really want to be looking at, this is like 39.95 for price to continue moving down here. This range is a 270 pips. So you got to see if a candle can stop breaking below. This is a key level. Like in terms of higher time frame, this is the key mark right here. You see right now we're flirting on the LTF at 4,000, right? But if we crack 4,000 and then get through that support, it's off to the races. And I think we're going to see more of a bearish Freaky Friday than anything else. And you know, there's a whole range that we can fill over there. I think the daily can even make it down. Yeah, it's 100. The daily could make it down. It's very possible that the daily, once you crack 1 hour support, don't think of it like it's a late entry. That's not a late entry. Because at that point, price should be on its way down towards like 39.62. You see, right now it's deciding. It's kind of like warming up and deciding what it's going to do for the day. You know, as we approach these kind of key levels. Nice little scalp on that break. Got a 16 pip stop. But let's see. Yep, pretty good. Could have survived that pullback. Push about like 18. It's a small scalp. That's why if I'm planning on scalping the trades, I always do like, let's say 16 stop loss and 16 take profit. Because from what I've seen from price is most of the time we can hit that mark. You see like 16 pips stop loss and then 16 pips take profit. Nothing less, nothing more. Right to the T. Will it take that short? It's like gearing up another short entry over here below like 4,000. Starts breaking below 4,000. How did you make the daily bias indicator? I worked closely with the market wizards and we came up with this brilliant concoction here that created us this magical indicator. What do you think about props? I think they're good. Good way to get money. It's not financial advice. look where, because now someone's gonna report me. Oh, he's giving financial advice. Mindset is key. Yes, sir. Predicting Q4 pricing of gold was 3.5k. Oh, really? Q4 predicted. You're predicting that Q4 pricing of gold 3.5k. Holy. $3.5k. Damn. You're like the guy from the Big Short movie. The guy who went against the housing market. Thought it was a bubble. You think we're in a bubble, sir? It's a pretty big drop for this quarterly here. It got 2 months and 1 day for it to close. I have to reflip aggressively, re-break its lows, and then just completely tumble. Yeah, I don't like to speculate like that. All I gotta do is see how can price move from here to here. Or how can price move from here to maybe something here. And then do that daily. It's a lot easier, wouldn't you say? But if for me, what I'm thinking in terms of higher perspective is if we could get through that 4-hour resistance, you know, then I think we're within a shot of a price going up towards resistance here. That's 628 pips. Like, that's it. That's nothing too ambitious. You know, because markets are fractal. We've seen these moves happen on the lower time frames. So this kind of a move like a close above here could have that same reaction, and we could see where we are for the week up ahead if we can keep moving up bullish. Yet something like this happen. You know, it's still speculative because it's a higher time frame. There's a lot more time for things to change, but it's not as ambitious because you can see this is quite recent price action and the distance isn't that great. So it's like, you know, it's an ambitious swim, but it could make it. Like if you're swimming from this island to this island up here, you could make that swim. You know, rather than swimming from here all the way down to it. Look at the amount of open water you gotta get through. Come down to like 3,500. That's a big stretch of water. Waterfall coming. Yeah, if we can crack that 4k mark, I see like prices just hovering around $4,000 a troy ounce. That's what it's trying to really get through right now. So remember, just like yesterday's stream when we're kind of making it into a sport and how the buyers and sellers were going up against each other. So it's a similar thing. You see, it's same but different dynamic. That was a different case scenario. You can see it was a whole day. It was also a 4,000. We had the 4,000 psychological mark, but we were right below it. Now we're above it. You can see where every time we come close to this 4,000 psychological mark, we start getting that tug of war going on between the buyers and the sellers. So you see, now when you start looking at markets in that perspective, you're really tapping into something deeper than just looking at technicals. You're tapping into the psychology, which is what you want to be doing anyway, because that's where the money is. What? That's a horrible analogy, Vic. Oh, open water. Yeah. What do you call it? Aqua. Some people have that phobia of the ocean because it's so deep. I was gonna think you're gonna get pulled down. Yeah, 4,000. Let's see if the buyers take 4,000. This price is coming up here to 4,006. Need to break about 4,006 at least to see some kind of a directional shift. Aquaphobia. Man, I remember the first time I went to the ocean as a kid and I got smacked by a wave and I was just in the water and oh, look at this. We're breaking 4,006. Let's go. Starting to see something happen. You know, it's like a science experiment and you start to look at that and every time you see something like that happen, you're like, okay, so we keep getting a reaction when I put this little spice in this thing and then, you know, something happens. And then that's like the spark. That's a spark. This is a spark. You're trying to replicate the spark over here. So you got to see why does a spark happen whenever something like this happens? You know, and then you're going to get your answers to why you take the trades that you take. So yeah, I think now since it broke a key level here that we can get like some kind of a spark. See, push about another like nice little 16 pipper over there if you're looking for a scalp, because there was one right here. Boom, boom, and there was one right here. Doon, doon. Let's see what the 5 minutes doing though. Clean range. Okay, we got clean range too. Keep moving up over there. Clean range towards like 40-12 as it breaks this high, because we just created new resistance. Which, remember, I don't know if you guys remember, but as we were talking about price coming down, remember what we said when price was right over here? We first drew this first resistance, but before that candlestick actually moved up, we said that, you know, maybe price is going to create like something like this, so you can fill that range up towards that next resistance. So it pretty much happened. So we spoke about it, and then it happened later. So that's kind of like what you think about what trading is. You speak about something and, you know, you anticipate something, and when that thing happens, then you're like, okay, you know, so this is what I waited for, so I'm going to take a trade. What is a TP and stop loss? Depends on how you execute it. Whether you're going like 16 pips stop loss, 16 pip TP, or you're having a wider stop, maybe 20 pips. You know, like, here's one thing, like the stop loss, not everyone can always gonna have the same stop loss. But what you're looking at here is like the entry, right? The entry is the confirmation. Because some people have a tighter stop, some people have a wider stop, some people have stops in the middle of the range. But initially, first you're looking at the entry. What are you trying to achieve with the entry? Right? Break of the highs. And now your stop loss is going to determine what kind of trade it is that you're expecting, ideally. So if you're using a tighter stop, you'd most likely be securing sooner. Right? You'd be securing sooner. So if you got like a 16 here, then you're securing 16 here. That's ideally what you'd be wanting to do most of the time, right? Sometimes you can leave the runners and they're going to run pretty good for you. But if you're going to have a wider stop loss, then obviously you're planning on being in the trade for longer. You know, so you can survive the pullbacks that may eventually come in, so price can continue moving up bullish. Because the way I see the market pays in phases. It usually pays the scalpers. It can pay the scalpers, and it's the reason why you can see a reaction like this and then a continuation later. You understand? Because not everybody is using or thinking about the market necessarily like you. So in between price moving from here to here, you tend to see reactions such as these. Because don't forget, the scalpers in the market, they're actually hedge funds which specialize in hyper scalping. They get in quickly and then they get out. Get in quickly and then get out. Also what creates that fluctuation. So before you get into the trade, you got to know like what kind of a player you're going to be. A scalper, or you're going to hold it for longer? No clue what it's called, but I'm a land animal. I have no business in the ocean. Yeah, price should be trying to fill up this range here. I saw the accumulation breakout. Is there anything else? SMA confluence, SMA crossover. It's currently in a distribution phase. Started quite early, the distribution from all the way down here. Could argue that's a setup right here too. It's a pretty small one. Maybe if you get on the seconds chart, you can see it better. But it's basically like left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Boom, boom, little accumulation, fake out on the head. Pattern right there with nice little SMA cross. Nice little SMA in confluence as it broke above these highs right over here. You could argue that the setup started from this region. That's why you see the distribution come in so cleanly like this. Why it started like right here. 1, 2, 3. So these are TFX concepts. If you're new to the stream, I don't expect you to understand what I'm saying here. A bit tricky for me, didn't take it. Yeah, there's a very tiny one right there. I can show you another example like that if I see it again somewhere here. Usually those are trades that usually happen quite a bit. I think that's for me when I got faked out this morning right here. Boom. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and see the volume starts to kick in. You see, it's quite interesting, isn't it? When you think about it this way, why is there always like some kind of a candle that comes like this with volume? Right? Like right over here. And then you can also see it right over here, but it's happening at a smaller scale. So, you know, like trading is all about finding a structure and randomness, because the market's not always going to print it like picture perfect for you. And now look at this. The range has been filled up towards resistance. Now you're going to see some profit taking here. See this, how it's pulling down? People like taking profits out the market like this. Got a bit of profit taking because it's filled the range. That's 40.12. This is moving from point A to point B. TFX. Should I wait for a pullback? I think if price breaks above resistance, it could keep moving up. So if you're looking for a running trade, let's just assume that you took a buy over here, right? And you're like, okay, you know, it's a Friday and, you know, I think like I can get like a crazy running trade. You want to ideally maybe secure 80% here and let the rest run. Or if you don't care, stop loss to break even and then wait for this next range over here to now get filled. So you see how that works? You got point A to point B, and then this another point A to point B. Now the only thing is you don't know what's going to happen at this point, because at this point price could reject this area and then come down. So we don't know what price can do at this point, right? So that's why you're going to have your stop loss to break even. So it can continue to maybe break through this level. It has to do all the heavy lifting to break through this zone, so it can keep moving up towards the next zone here. So all that we know is that price can move from here to here and from here to here. But we first need to break above this resistance. And then that's how you can kind of calculate how your running trades are going to work. You know, what kind of a probability for a running trade that you have. Even on the 15 minute, you got like really nice clean range on the 15 over there. 30 minute looks clean as well. Clean candles. Hourly looks good, but you get a bit more detail there on the 5 minute. You see now we close right below the level. We close right below 40.12 area over there. Rocket against the trend. Yeah, let's counter trend move. Gold might consolidate for a while on the daily. Fundamentally, gold's a bit awkward. Yep. How to get magical indicator? You have to first tap on your head 3 times and then rub your belly at the same time, and then you have to counterclockwise rub your belly and clockwise rub your head like this and say, magical indicator, can you come on my trading view? No, I'm just joking. It's in the description box. Come on, man. This is so easy. All you gotta do is open your eyes. That's it. That's the only requirement, is just to open your eyes and, you know, investigate a little bit. Then, you know, then you're gonna tend to realize that life is not so complicated. You know, life is not so complicated. If you want to open a business bank account, for example, All you gotta do is go on Google. Go on Google, and then you're gonna take the steps to open a business bank account. You know, you're gonna call the bank. Like, life is actually so simple. The moment you start actually going to doing these, go and do these things. Like, you know, for me, one day I want to open up a brokerage, right? So it might seem crazy, like, oh man, you know, a brokerage, you gotta look for a liquidity provider, you gotta look for this and look for that, and then you know what happens? Then you're gonna go to a white label. This is the journey of someone who's starting a brokerage for the first time. They're gonna go to a white label, and then the white label is gonna tell them how difficult it is to get everything set up. So you're gonna say, okay, let me use this guy's white label because they're gonna set everything up for me, right? But now the problem is they're gonna be eating so much of your fees. They're going to making so much money off of you because they want to keep you dumb. They want to tell you that it's so difficult to open your own broker from scratch. But trust me, you just go on Google and then you're going to take it step by step. So if you need a liquidity provider, you're going to see, how can I get this liquidity provider? If you need certain documents, regulations, you got to go to these official pages and you got to see how to get those documentations. You know, I'm not a smart guy. All I do is I follow just certain steps like that. Like, you don't have to be a genius to figure things out, you know, when you have Google. Now we're filling up the range here towards resistance. Nice. Very nice. Dun, 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 dun. Do you think now is the right time to long entry? No. Price is already gone. It's still moving. It's passing resistance here, and there's no entry. It's just in a distribution phase right now. More than anything else, it's still distributing from this area. You can see the extension here. There hasn't been any entry confirmations even at that zone. It seems like price has shot through it, but it is looking to fill up the ranges, as we said. There's little spaces in between. Clean traffic. So I said, like, this is a perfect example on how to leave a running trade. Well, we spoke about this, like how price is gonna look left and it's gonna say to itself, okay, so if I get through resistance here, so that's my point A, and this is my next point B that I want to fill these ranges. So that's how you're gonna find yourself in running positions. You know, we've covered about this extensively in the WAP database on the simulations. So we're just seeing it live happen now. That's why simulations are just as important as forward testing. I see finally got a candle secure close. Still got a bit of a range to continue pushing, about like 35 pips. Not sure if you follow the Misfits boxing scene, but Undertate just took over this as CEO from KSI. Hostile takeover vibes. Yeah, I was talking about this earlier on. I saw a video on it where Undertate was like, I don't know, he got in disagreement or something with KSI, but instead of like verbally abusing and fighting each other, he just took over his company. I don't even know how the hell he did that. Undertate just took over as CEO from KSI. Hostile takeover. That's some real boss shit. You disagree with someone and say, okay, now you work for me. They're fighting, isn't it? That'll be an interesting fight. Yeah, I think Undertate's gonna win that fight because he is a world champion kickboxer, right? And KSI's last fight, so it looked kind of sloppy. Last time I saw KSI, I think, fight Logan Paul, seemed kind of sloppy. So That should be a good fight. Weird thing about Undertale, he has a deformed muscle. If you look at his muscle, one of his muscles over here are like they've collapsed into each other. And you know, that's the importance of stretching before exercises. Apparently he was in a fight and he didn't do any warm-ups, so his bicep collapsed during one of his kickboxing fights. Man, it's the worst. Like, have you ever seen those swimmers who get cramps on their legs, and then they have like that muscle just bulging out and it looks so hard? That's one thing I used to hate when I used to swim professionally, and then you'd get like a cramp like that. Man, it's the worst feeling. Feel like you're dying on the inside. That's all because you don't stretch enough. Or dehydrated. No indicator works until you've calibrated your eyes indicator. Yes. You have to calibrate those things, man. You know, it's crazy. Sometimes we take a trade like this and people ask if you're in a buy or a sell. Man, at that point, I don't even know what chart, if people watching the correct stream. When you can have a trade and then they ask you, are you in a buy or a sell? It's like, are we even looking at the same chart? You know, I've always been interested to see what people like that think. Like, I would love to just, for a day, just, you know, be a fly on the wall of these people mentality. You know, like, I wonder what they think, or like where their eyes are looking, or, you know, what's going on there. Are they like a real person? Is this like an NPC? Or I've always wondered, like, what's the psychology behind that? You know, like, what is it? Is it just years and years of laziness that has made the person docile? Or, you know, it's quite interesting. Cut NPCs. Low IQ. Hey, maybe they're just NPCs. That's my conclusion. Is in this world that God actually put some non-playable characters. Are you bullish or bearish on GJ? I would say bullish because what's that? The big ass daily close. Yeah, it's like in Battlefield, you know, when you join into a game and then there's not enough people in the game, so the game says, okay, we're filling the lobby with bots now. So we're all like in this one server together, but you know, sometimes we need to get some bots in. Hey Tetra, I took a trade yesterday while playing Battlefield 6. Would you please check for me? Oh, nice. You know, you should like send in some videos here if you record your gameplay. Got a section here for games. Let's see. Trades taken. SamFX. Hey, nice one. Look at this. 39.68. You got a little breakout pattern over here for price to continue moving up bullish. Very good. I see a little accumulation here. This is in the 5 minute. I reckon this was a 1 minute accumulation breakout right here too. That would be my entry. Somewhere here on the 1 minute. I think it looks like it could have been a 1 minute consolidation breakout. Wouldn't have gotten anything much over here, I think. But yeah, pretty good. You see, you always got like a profitable trade with your system, and I would have gotten my profitable trade with my system. So we still took the same buy, but for a different reason. So now the question is, can you do this consistently, whatever that it is that you did here? What a slow London market, can't even decide one direction. Exactly. Like, that's what I mean. Like, today has been kind of awkward in the sense it's obviously the monthly candlestick closure and there's no direction in this fake outs. And I do see the shocks in the water. It's very different from the other days when we're just moving in a certain direction. It's a little bit more clear cut. Like as you can see here, the cleanest move so far has been a counter trend move. You know, and now it's pushed back up to waiting. You can see the daily bias has gone back to waiting over there. So that's why I said, like, I think the market is just moving to move. But what it's trying to do right now is hold about $4,000 on the monthly time frame. That's going to be the key mark over there. But it's just moving to move. So it's like, yeah, you could get a trade, but you know, you get to pick your fights. You get to pick your battles. You don't have to trade today. Thanks, boss. Though I don't trade first and last days of the month. I would trade today if I had not had or felt that I took enough trades during the week. But since I'm already up over here, I think, you know, it's pretty safe for me to call it a day. Like, I don't see a reason to force another entry for October. Unless I just want to get it up to 40 trades. Because I'm right at 39 positions. But, you know, you never chase numbers in trading. Because the moment you start chasing like a monthly percentage or a monthly P&L, that's when you start performing even a lot worse than if you just focus on execution, consistency. So never chase like numbers. Never say like, oh, you know, Vic took like 30 trades, so I got to get my numbers up. No, I think you're gonna have a bad result when you do that. Every time I chase a percentage gain, I've done it maybe recently here in, it's usually like June, the June summer months. I always get a negative result. You see, like again, here in June, I got 11.20%. I know one time this year I said I want to get like 30%. Nowadays, it's a bit easier to get the 30% because, man, this is not normal. Like for me to make 51%, for me to make 36%, like this is not normal. You know, like price on gold has been moving crazy this year. Man, you're going to see people this year, they're making so much money just because the way price on gold is moving. You know? On average, I'm looking at 15%, you know, maybe like 20%. But I think, you know, this has been a different type of year for us, for a lot of people. Yeah, so, you know, you can ask ChatGPT about that too. Maybe he's going to tell you something. Come on, guys. Don't be mean. Everyone started from zero. Is a learning phase for them. Yeah, no one's being mean here, I think. Do you ever have negative months? No. I don't, because I take a lot of trades. And I just focus on what works. And if I have a negative month, then I'm going to take less trades. My negative months look more like, you know, 10%. Maybe something small like that. But always positive. Always positive for me. If you don't believe me, that's okay. You know, I'm not here to prove anything to anybody. Everybody has their own journey and, you know, Godspeed to you. But if I'm going to have a negative month, it's going to be like a less percentage. Because for me, the market just moves the same. Like, I don't know how your EYES indicator works, but my EYES indicator shows me that markets always are going to move either upwards, sideways, or bearish. You know, I trade on the 1 minute time frame. I can be in and out of the market. I can be patient with my trades, wait for a good daily bias. You know, I can be disciplined. So at the end of the day, it's not that you're going to have a month. Have you ever seen a month where like the whole month is just consolidating and just complete garbage? Maybe on GJ, but there's a reason why I don't have a negative month is because I decided to abandon ship as soon as I saw that GJ was doing that. You know, a lot of you are not abandoning ship. So you're saying, oh, there's negative months. It's normal because I'm just going to hit my head against the wall here when price is not doing shit. You know, like look at GJ. GJ has literally been like this since you see, that's the thing about adaptation. You're not adapting. So you're accepting that negative month is normal for you. Oh, just a negative month. But it's just because you're not adapting. You see, look at this. I stopped trading GJ in April 17th because I realized that GJ was complete garbage. I started realizing that GJ was not moving. And if I continue to trade GJ, I would have, and if I only traded GJ, I would have a negative month. I would probably have, you know, maybe a 2% month or a negative month, 100%. You know, let me even go further back. This is not even back enough. But GJ has been just complete garbage, complete ranges, not getting breakthroughs the way I like to see them. So I abandoned ship. The moment I realized that, I abandoned ship and I stopped trading GJ from April 17th, and we've just been trading gold. And every single time that I realize that something is wrong, if I see clusters of losing trades or a set in play of mine is not working as it should, I abandon ship. I jump right off that ship. I don't keep banging my head on that ship. You know, that's the difference. If you don't want to have negative months, then you know you gotta be able to be fluid with your reasoning. Stop doing the thing that is making you having losing trades. Because you're not a robot, you're not a computer. You can't just keep executing 1 plus 1 equals 2. You can't just keep doing that expecting a different result. Einstein said that doing the same thing over and over again expecting a different result is insanity. You know, so you're not a robot. You have the capacity. God has given you the tools to adapt. You don't have to accept the position that you're in because you're thinking that that's normal. And if you don't like those words, then, you know, go for it. Go do what you gotta do, you know? Like, I can't change your mentality. That's just the way I think. And, you know, it works pretty good for me. I think it could work for you too, but you gotta make that decision for yourself. Gotta choose what you want from life. Can you send the trade journal doc? It's in the description box. You can click the link. Where you first time start trading, did you have straight loss? I lost so much. I lost probably more than people in the chat here lost, to be honest with you. That's why I say you guys like having success in your first year, actually having profitable months, passing challenges. That's crazy. I could never imagine. So the good thing about me is I took my losses earlier on. I paid my dues. So I know how to be humble. I know how to adapt because I paid my dues. I paid them in full. Losing every day, each session, Asia, London, New York. I traded all sessions because I had a part-time job. COVID meant that I could stay at home and trade. I could work from home. So I was on the charts 24/7, losing every day. You know, my relationships were going to the shit because all I was focusing on at the time was just trading, you know? So I paid my dues. I didn't have success until the very end. I didn't get lucky. I never got lucky. Man, the only thing I was ever able to buy was a fucking ice cream for the first year of trading. That's all that I could afford to buy was an ice cream because I lost so much. I would hardly get profitable weeks. And whenever I got profitable weeks, even if I made that withdrawal, I would need to put it back in like soon. So, you know, you can't compare my journey to your journey. You can't sit here and say, oh, Victor has been unreasonable. I don't know what. I'm not being unreasonable. I've paid my dues. Yeah, all I bought was an ice cream. I bought me and my girlfriend an ice cream with trading profits. It was a pretty good ice cream. But besides from that ice cream, everything else was just like character development. Some of y'all are making account flips in your first months of trading. You're taking $200 to $1,000 plus. I could only dream of doing that. And if I did that, I would spend that money like properly and not reinvest it in the market when I know I'm not profitable. Probably go on a holiday. I paid my dues, guys. Better ice cream. That's why, you know, you gotta feel like at some point you don't have to prove anything. Just live your life, do your own thing. Because you can't change anybody's mentality. They can only do that for themselves. So price is coming down. Sound break below 40.12. Got a really nice range over here. It's at like 91 pips. You go live every day? Yes, sir. Monday to Friday, we trade London Open. So, you know, you're going to come on to stream and we're going to have an amazing stream together if you're new. And trust me, your trading will only get better. Now you can buy boxes of sneakers. Now I don't even want the sneakers anymore. In the beginning, you want to have all this stuff, and then later you're like, fuck it. I find more joy in just being disciplined. More than anything else. You know that feeling when you go to bed at night and you're tired and you know you put in the work? That's much better than any sort of external gratification. That's more of like an internal thing. You go to bed and you say, ah, you know, I took one loss today, but I didn't let that loss define me. We go to bed after long days of hard work, believing in yourself, putting in the work towards your craft. And then you say, ah, people had comments about my life today, but that didn't shake me or move me, not one bit. And you go to bed with a sort of feeling of control, gratitude, humbleness. You feel like you're on the right track. You feel like you're moving correctly. You're not moving fast. And then you just gotta let the crows like fall off. You know, you just gotta ascend. You know, you ascend and the crows fall off. That's how you gotta live your life. You can't live life trying to fight everybody. You know, you're not gonna win that fight. You gotta fight yourself, your beliefs, your habits. What have you accomplished in your life? You know, you can't blame anybody else for what you haven't done. You know, because you're gonna start calling trading a scam because you can't do it. What kind of mentality is that? That's a victim mentality. Just because you can't do it, it can't be real mentality. You only have yourself to blame. I could choose. I told you, I was part of groups. When I was trading my first year, I was part of so many groups that those people, they stopped trading. And I don't even know where they are now. Because they say 90% of traders are going to give up in 90 days or something of the sort. And then they're going to say, oh, this doesn't work. And move on to the next thing. But you have to stick with something long enough. You know, most successful people have stuck to something for at least 5 years. And they've just kept doing that thing that they know is their path or choosing in life. And eventually it works out for them. Some people it happens sooner, some people it happens later. You know, that's why I said Morgan Freeman took him until he was like 40, 50 years old. Some traders takes them 6 years. I mean, Morgan Freeman to become a great actor, someone we know today, this is like in the 40s, 50s. Some traders, it takes them like 6 years, 10 years. Some traders, it takes them, you know, less than that. I've seen certain instances of traders finding profitability within a few months. There's one girl I follow on Instagram. Her name is TetraFX, and it seems like she's one of those select few traders who are finding profitability within the year. TetraFX. Just check out. This is her YouTube Instagram, and trust me, this is rare. And if you look at the mentality and the mental model in this one, you're gonna see exactly what you need to be to find success a lot sooner. You know, it's a lonely game. Trading and finding success, it's a lonely game. But I definitely do see a certain pattern in that. In those traders who find it within the first year. There's a certain thinking. This PA is terrible. Yeah, it's horrible. But we created like a support over here. So maybe price can continue to move down. It's like 92 pips down towards like 4,000. It might get a sell. Just the way it filled up this range over here to here. You could see it fill up this range up towards that next resistance, which it kind of did a bit. Start rolling over, created a support. And now you want to see if a candlestick can break below 4011 to continue moving down towards 4,000. So it is opening up at least a little bit more. There's no direction in terms of the daily bias, but on the intraday timeframes, you can see it's like opening up a lot more. It's looking a lot nicer over here. Did you take any trade today? Yeah, I took a loss. I took a gold sell position. And then I was like, oh, okay. That's my whip for the day. Let me not poke the bear anymore if price is not behaving accordingly. because it's, you know, it's like 1.89% loss over here. It's like, all right, so I'm already hitting my daily capita. So let me not risk another trade, because I could end the day if I keep going and I take another losing trade using full risk, I could end the day potentially, you know, a negative 3.4%. So it's like I could end the day now at a negative 1.89% or a negative 3.50%. So you see, what do I choose to do? I choose not to trade anymore. And then you wonder why I have such amazing results. It's because I have discipline. When I see that the market, I don't have a fighting chance, I'm not going to fight the market. I'm going to call it a day. I'll come back the next time. It's a bit more easier to trade. Then it's going to be much easier to make that 1.89% back. Then make that 3.50% possibly plus. And then have to make back the next day 3.50% plus to get back in profit. It's a lot easier to make back that just a 1.89%. So what it is, like, you don't want to compound your losing days. If anything, you want to compound your winning days. And on your losing days, you call it a day. You say, okay, that's it. That's it for me. Let me come tomorrow. So if you get a winning trade, awesome. Take another trade. Compound your winning days. Because you know there's a secret behind this. On the days that you're winning, there's a higher chance that you're going to have the next trade win. And the days that you're losing, there's a higher chance that you're going to have the next trade lose. Just because of the way the market condition might just be set up on that specific day. And you don't need any distractions when trading. Yeah, you don't have no distractions. I had one BE. Oh, nice. Call it a day. Awesome. You're not taking a trade today anymore? No, I think I'm going to protect my capital and just wait for the new monthly candlestick to open up. But if I hadn't taken a trade yet, I may have taken a trade again later. Hey, that's good to hear about discipline, but let me know what price action exactly used to enter your trade or strategy, I mean. Generally speaking, if someone was to ask me how I trade, what my strategy is, in basic terms, I would tell them I trade accumulation distribution, and I use confluence for the higher time frame clean ranges, mainly on the 5-minute time frame, but I also like to use the 15 upwards to the hourly. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to catch the hourly candle, and each hourly candle can give me an entry confirmation on the 1 minute, which is an accumulation breakout, and preferably in line with the daily bias, alongside confluences like that 8 SMA, the head and shoulders, as I mentioned before, the daily trend, clean ranges, and that's it. Very simple, very clean style of trading for me. You see, like right now, even if you look at price, what happened? Candle has broken and closed below 40.11. The next candle has broken the previous candlestick lows, and that's a shotgun confluence. So if there was an accumulation in here and I had that shotgun entry confluence, that would also be nice to see. A little accumulation breakout with the 5-minute behaving like that. And then the rest of it is just psychology. Compounding winning days, limiting losses on losing days, knowing when to trade, when not to trade. It seems like we did have an accumulation breakout there too. Starts to push below that support level. Nice little SMAs on the 1 minute. At least we broke below that 8 SMA there. 1 minute, beautiful clean range for a corrective move here. Price action looks spacious, so that's nice to see too. And you know, that's it. That's all she wrote. Thanks for the explanation. Welcome, welcome. That's all she wrote. See, another little 16 pip banger if you're just scalping. There's 16 pip stop loss, 16 pip take profit. And that's it. That's all that I do. Would you short to bottom of the range? Yeah, that's a range that the price has a potential to fill. Here, it's like 75 pips. Now it's 72 pips. See this? You see, when you come into trading, you just have to look at the chart for yourself and see, okay, you know what makes sense? If what I'm saying to you here makes sense, then awesome. If it's not making sense, then you just, you know, you kind of have to stick with the stream for a bit longer, and then you're gonna see what we're looking at, because the market loves to mirror itself. You know, it's always mirroring clean ranges like this, like on the left hand side. It's always mirroring certain things that it does whenever volume typically comes into the market. You know, so all I'm doing is I'm just giving you the tools. You have the tools to put yourself in a position that you can have trades from point A's to point B's. Makes sense for someone learning from you? Yeah, because I mean, if you can't teach trading to a 5-year-old, a 10-year-old, then it's not simple enough. You know, it should be able to be gamified in a way that's super simple for anybody to understand. The problem is we like to overcomplicate things. You know, so whenever I say price has clean range like this, and candles love to mirror those ranges, and remember, nothing in trading is also 100%, but this is our outlook on markets, right? Someone will start overcomplicating and start drawing zones from the left-hand side. And then obviously if you draw enough zones and price has enough reactions, you can always scare yourself out of trades, because you could think it's reacting off of something that you've drawn, but you have to stick with your a strat, wherever that is. So if you think like price cleans up ranges, then don't think about these other ranges in here. You know, you gotta pick one. It's either coming down to fill the range, or it's coming down to react off of something. But why include that extra? This is like an extra thing now that you're adding into your trading here. And that's it. And just don't be greedy and take your trades, and, you know, take 1 or 2 trades, maybe 3 trades a day, and call it a day. And just be smart about your trades. Don't overtrade. Don't be too greedy. Finding a balance is like the most important thing as well. Thanks, mate. I'm learning a lot from you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, you gotta find a balance. Are we able to get your Tetra indicator on your TradingView too? Yeah, you can. It's in description box as daily bias. This is my first day with you and would like to do one trade with you one day. Tune in to Monday. We're gonna see you on Monday, and we're gonna have a brand new week up ahead, and we're gonna have a great week. Would you short to bottom of the range? Right now, just like, you know, paper trade this and say, okay, if I was to take, let's say if I was just taking my normal 16 pip stop loss trades, then, you know, I think that would be it right there. That would be the move. See, as I say, guys, I've been saying this since the beginning of the stream. 16 pip SL, 16 pip TP. This is the reason why. Because I know with the breakouts, if you're just looking to have a tighter stop, you can get that 16 pip. It's only now when you start looking to be greedy, it can become a bit tricky at that point. You know, at that point, you're going to need the market some room to breathe. You see the nice little 16 pipper though. That was accumulation that happened right here. This was it. Boom, boom. Breakout. Now it's just doing a small little break and a retest of that zone. 16 pip might still survive though, with a drawdown, but you know, at that point it's like, why didn't you just secure? But that would be like one phase, because of what I've realized with my trading strat. There's a psychology to it where it's like there's always phases. Remember, as I said, like there's scalpers in the market. It's not just you and your stop losses. There's people with tighter stop losses who are making a shit ton of money. You know, so they're having their phases. So when they come in and come out like this, that's what I typically see. That's why I look at 16. If I'm just scalping, I'm looking at 16, because I know those people are mainly looking to be in and out. So I want to be with those group of people. And then the other group of people, it will take them longer for their trades to play out. Right? So you've seen this reasoning. Now let me take you to, I think we got the same thing happen yesterday as well. If we go on the, you see on this entry over here, All right, let's say you had a 16 pip stop loss here too. That was the one shortly before we left stream. We're just having some fun over here. So you can see that 16 pip was still respected, right? So that's what I like about the 16. It generally can still get respected, even though it's tight. It feels a bit uncomfortable, but 16 is generally speaking decent. That's why I have it at 16. So you see, you have the first round, but this was a really big freaking push over here. Initially, it pushed like 73 pips. Let's say you just secured there at 16, and then this entry was still in play. Like if you see, like right here, this was still in play. Right, it just retraced up to retest, but it was still in play to continue moving down with a potential scale-in opportunity right down over here too. Another 16 pipper. You can see if you wanted to have it, and then that was a distribution. But you see, it's like this was still in play, and then this was the new one that formed that break the lows to continue moving down bearish. So like even if this has already hit that 16 pip profit target, it's technically speaking still in play. That's just what I mean. In 1 minute SMA bearish confluence right now. And the daily is about to flip again. Daily bias is about to go to bearish if you can just keep pushing down a bit longer. Oh man, the sellers are getting a hard time. We have some small wicks over here getting built up, but maybe it's gonna be like yesterday's trade. I had hovered around that area. You see what it's doing right now? It's giving that reversal warning. Similar, actually quite similar thing like yesterday. So if it breaks above those highs, then you kind of want to be managing risk. A situation like this. It doesn't always break the highs, but you saw like yesterday it didn't break the highs. It instead continued to follow through with the bearish direction. But it's just like insurance. Basically, it's like when the dealer on the desk is telling you, okay, before I pull out the next card, does anybody want insurance? You're going to take some insurance, Ricardo? You're going to take some insurance, Muhammad? Anybody want insurance? Before we get into the next round, that's all that market is doing right now. Saying, okay, so if you don't want insurance, then, you know, I'm just going to leave it like that. But if you want insurance, let's say if you took like a sell over here, you got a stop loss like this, for example, right? Then you'd want to be managing your risk. reducing your stop. Okay, see, it's trying to fill up this range over here now on the left hand side. It's trying to mirror this down towards 4,000 again. Nice little psychological mark for that too. I took the sell already. Yeah, I mean, like, isn't it so interesting that how often the market mirrors itself, and all you have to do is stay consistent and really protect your capital, which is your psychology. The problem is, like, we're gonna be so disciplined for a long time, and then all of a sudden we start being undisciplined. See, now price is coming down over here. If you manage to take something, or, you know, secure something or anything, very well done. Very well done. That was you. That was all you. Because you took the risk. On the 5 minute, there's MSS already. Don't know what that is. I have a strategy. I want to rate it from... I have a strategy. I want you to rate it from 1 to 10, please. Let me try and bring this up. First is market direction, up or down on the 1 hour. Then I go on the 5 minute to take trades from FVG as its internal liquidity, and I target external liquidity. Oh, I have no idea what those terms are. Internal liquidity, external liquidity, FVG, no idea. But I've understood down on the 1 hour, then I go on the 5 minute to take trade. Yeah, I think the 1 hour is perfect because you're trying to catch an hourly candlestick, right? Ideally. You can see this candle here is 10 minutes and 57 seconds. It hasn't had a direction yet. But as you're getting your setups on the 5 minute, maybe your entry was a shotgun entry as candles closes below support, then you're anticipating that that hourly candle can continue to move down with your internal liquidity here, which is this clean range, down towards 4,000. You know, and maybe you're going to look at the 1 minute time frame and say, okay, you know, on the 1 minute, we're consolidating over here. So if we break the consolidation, then I think price can continue to move down. And I think that's it. Your review indicators? No. I don't review indicators. Down for the morning. Nice little W here. Exact same idea as before. A little selly on gold. Very, very nice. Very nice. Oh, wow. Same result as last month. Man, crazy. September 35.58 and October 34.62. Can't make this up. Consistency. Man, it's been a good month. There hasn't been like shocks in the water of on gold for the most part. That I can say as a fact. Like, man, gold hitting 66% on the yearly time frame. Now we're back down to 50. But you know the size of the candlesticks we have right now? They're insane. Insane. Like, we're getting normally 50 pip 5 minute candles, and man, ranges on gold, as I said back in the days, were like 30 pip ranges. Like, you know, a range like this back in the day on gold was 30 pips. This range here is like 91 pips. So much volume. Damn. Damn. I always used to like dream of days like this because I used to see my mentor back when I started trading during COVID times, and he used to make so much money because of COVID and all that opportunity that brought. I'm like, holy, you know. And we also got a taste of that when Trump became president, and we saw how gold was moving. It was insane. And this year has just been back to back to back macros like that. So much volume. This is what traders live for. Thank you for making these materials available. You're welcome, welcome. Can you play Battlefield one game before you head off? Let's see. When I started, 30 pips was such a juicy range. Yeah, man. Like when I started, I'd have like 10 pip stops on gold. Like literally, this trade right here would be a 10 pip stop loss above this 5-minute candlestick. Now it's like 37 pips. That's the reason why my breakouts are working so beautifully right now. Because like if we break and price doesn't, let's say, doesn't really want to go in that direction, it will still give me my profit before it reverses because there's a lot more volume in the market, man. So for me, it's been like a heaven. I've been living in heaven over here, and people asking me, oh, but you can't do 30%. Yeah, I don't do it normally, but man, this is a heaven for me, man. Like normally I'd be like 15, 25%, you know, something of the sort like that. But yeah, man, like look at the results from last year, 2024, like 21%, you know, 21%, 11%, 22%, 19%, 13%, 20%, 21%. And look at the results this year. This year started 14%, 19, then it started building up the volume, 34, then again 23, 19, 11, 51. Then we got 36 as we're coming to the end over here, 35, and then 34. So it's all about being in tune with the market. You know, if the market is providing, then, you know, you just got to receive. If it's not providing, then you just get what you get. You got to see, it's not just me, man. Don't take my word for it. Go look at other people. They're making probably like $400,000 a trade, 50K a trade. It's not just me. I'm literally still doing peanuts. I'm just doing a high percentage on returns. But in terms of capital gains, I still could make a lot more than I'm making right now. It's just because my account is just not that big and I don't take that much risk. So, you know, some people are like that. Some people, they don't have a good P&L percentage on return like I do. But when they get a trade, man, they can have one trade. For me, it's going to take me a few months to make that money, you know, but for them, they're going to time it like, okay, you know, we got FOMC. So let me take this trade and make like, you know, 50K. Let me take this trade. Let me make 300K, you know, but in general, maybe they do 5% a month, 10% a month. But because of their maturity and amount of exposure they've been in the market, like over all these years of seeing the same thing happen over and over, Russia, Ukraine, what happens to gold? When we had Trump run for president the first time, what happens to gold? They're able to use that wisdom to leverage and push their P&L a lot more drastically on those situations. You know, for me, I'm just trying to be a bit more consistent. But, you know, at the end of the day, we always want to trade more money, right? More capital, that's the goal. How can we get more capital so we don't have to trade as much? All signals? Yeah, these are the only trades that I put here that I also at least send out a signal for. But I never take a trade without a signal, and whenever I do, I don't add it here. So that's just my way of being a bit accountable. You know, some of these other traders, what they do is they're going to take a loss and then they're not going to put the loss in their journal. And then they're going to wait a few days and they're going to try to get some wins so people forget about the losses. But we don't do that. If we take a trade or a winning or a losing trade, we quickly journal it. Quickly, we put it in here. We move over to the next trade. Because you can't marry a trade for too long. If you have a winning trade, next trade is around the corner. So don't fall in love with the wins too much, and don't get depressed of the losses too much either, because the next trade is around the corner. Just journal it, learn from it, and then keep it moving. Just keep it moving. Let it roll over you like kind of roll over your shoulder. If you focus too much on them, it's going to mess you up. Look at this. The range we spoke about. Look at this. Look what's happening here. Look at this. You know, I'm teaching, I'm preaching what I do, how I look at markets. See the range? It's getting filled up here. See the entry confirmations, TFX entry confirmations? They're playing through over here. We've been talking about this since that support was being formed. 16 pip stop loss, still survived. Same thing like yesterday. Literally the same thing we did yesterday. Even the same time. It was towards the end of the stream where we were also getting another setup. I was speaking about those breakouts. And that clean range that we had too, if we go on the kill zones, let's go back here. Look at what it was. Look at this. So am I making anything up here? Is TFX lying to you when he tells you these things? If you think I'm lying, then, you know, that's fine. That's fine. It's not gonna stop me from taking this trade tomorrow. You see? Look at this. Candlestick close below support. Consolidation break out of the highs. We had a 4,000 psychological mark. Respected. Rebroke the lows. Clean range on the left-hand side. Filled it right to the T. Boom. Look at that. Fully filled over there. Clean range. Consolidation. Same thing that just pretty much happened now. Same exact thing. So it's all about, like, if you're gonna find value, then awesome. If you're gonna find problems, then, you know, that's up to you now. That's up to you now. But we like stress-free trades. We don't like stress. Stress-free trading. Yeah, but the daily bias is still bearish. I mean, it's still waiting. Still no solid bias today. You can see it's like overall that daily is still sort of like, oh, we just hit 0.40. Oh, it's trying to change here. Like 0.39. But for the most part, you can see the daily is not really like convincing direction. By this time, on average, like this whole month, for the most part, it would be either bearish or bullish. Like stuck on bearish or bullish. But you see it's still fluctuating here. It's flipped bearish for now. But it's having a hard time because of that 4,000 psychological mark down there. How many trades approximately weekly or daily? Daily, I try to hit like 3 trades a day if I'm allowed. 3 trades daily if I can. Like today I would not be able to because I took a loss already. Oh, you really like if trading view candles had more FPS? Yeah, I think the only way we can increase the quality is if we zoom into them a bit more like this and make them fat. So you can see the wicks a bit more. Discipline can hurt, but regret is more painful. That's what I got on my... I got these quotes here on my wallpaper. Every day, just giving you quote. No risk, no glory. No failure, no story. No risk, no Rari. See, Trump and she meet. Wallpaper name, please. It's a, I think it's a widget app. It's called Motivation. Yeah, it's an app called Motivation. You put it on your lock screen. You can put it on your lock screen. That's how it looks. That's how my lock screen is. Oh, can we zoom into it? Oh, nice. Look at this. So you have the quote over here, and then you have sleep score over here. See, discipline can hurt, but regret is more painful. Got a 99% sleep score. Let's go. Let's go. Your boy's been dreaming of late. Sleeping like a baby. No blown accounts. Being disciplined. No problem. If you're gonna be like being greedy, if you're being greedy and blowing accounts and over trading, then your sleep score is gonna be like, 50%. But if you're taking 1 or 3 trades a day and you're calling it a day, then your sleep score is gonna be 90+%. Some people's sleep score is like 30%. I really like it if TradingView. Oh yeah, we read this. Biggest loss. What's my biggest loss? I lost last month for a lot. You see, sleep score like 30% over here. No, my biggest loss was I lost more in terms of paying for courses. Because when you pay for a course, you gotta pay like all at once, right? So you pay like either $300 or $200 or whatever it is. So those are like my biggest losses, but those were smart losses. Those were like smart expenses. So I'd rather lose $200 on a course than lose $200 in the market, because when I put in the market, it just disappears. At least when I put it in something that's good for me, I can find more value out of that. So a lot of people, they do the opposite. They would rather spend that on a trade to be lucky than on something that can find real lasting value from. So I've never had like a huge loss per se like that, because I've never wanted to be in debt. This word debt over here, I hate debt. If I buy a house, I buy a house clean with cash. If I buy a car, I buy a car clean with cash. If I can't afford it, I can't afford it. I don't like debt. I try and avoid debt as much as possible. Alright, Woods, check you later. I'll see you on Monday. Stay safe, stay safe. Got the one down. Nice one. Little cheeky sell off here. $500. Alright, let's hit one game of Battlefield. What happened here? Wait a second. No. Tell me something to make me join your mentorship. Was it join a month with you for your signals? I'm not here to convince anybody to do anything. That's on you. It's, you know, at the end of the day, it's like you know, you got your life. I got, you know, everybody has their own life, so that's up to you. I have learned to be disciplined from you. You have changed so much, man. I'm humbled to hear that. All right, we see people dropping off on Discord already, so I'll see you all on the Sunday. We're gonna do a simulation for the mentorship, so I will see you on Sunday. And yeah, I will end the Discord here since people have left Discord. Enjoy the weekend, Dustin. I hope it doesn't lag. Like, oh nice, look at this, we got an intro. I haven't played it since the update. This is the new map. This is LA.
It was only a matter of time.
Spreading of chemical fallout.
Joint Chiefs of Staff are meeting with the President.
DHS confirms back sleeper cells are real.
First, it was the East Coast. Now, it's the West.
I hope I don't get copyright for this.
Scenes of chaos as fighting moves through the streets.
Is this connected to the explosion?
Coordinated attacks by Pax Armada sleeper cells.
With the military deployed to answer the growing threat, Fort Linden is up for grabs. There are more secrets there than Groom Lake. If any of it falls into the wrong hands, it'll be catastrophic. I'm not gonna let that happen.
I saw a little gameplay of this new map. It actually seems quite fun. It's LA. What else do we got? Battlefield Studios. Where's the Battle Royale?
Good morning, California. It's a beautiful day out there.
Congress continues their investigation into corporate lobbyists. Traffic is looking heavy on the expressway. Maybe just stay at home.
Beach residents have expressed concern at the increased level of military.
This is a Battle Royale, I think.
Threat of a global conflict continues to rise.
Oh wait. Anyway, I'm gonna skip this. Looks pretty sick. But anyway, All Out Warfare descends in Southern California. Drop into RedSec. RedSec is a free-to-play FPS destination. Alrighty then. Let's just go for our good old Conquest. Well, we should get the new map here, isn't it? Man, we can't play California in Conquest. We still have the old maps. Come on, Battlefield. New Solvay Quicksands. Probably getting thrown into a game that's currently in play. Oh, let's see how much these guys are up. 15 kills already. Top of the leaderboard. Ooh, okay. So gotta warm up here. Gotta warm up here. There's somebody here. Thought I saw somebody here. Alright, where are we heading to? C? Oh, that's a map with the snipers though. There's so many snipers around this. Oh, there's a guy here. There's a guy literally like right here somewhere. Freaking see him. There's a guy right here. Oh, sniper. Let's go, boys. Lock it down. Oh damn, there's a tank rolling in. There's a tank rolling in here. Alright, we got C. See if we can go for E. Oh nice, we even got a tank at E. Should be easy pickings, but there's a guy right there. They're coming in, they're pushing in. Let's see if we can lock this in. There's a guy literally like right here. Ha! Holy! Man, I always get sniped here. I swear, that route, every time I take that route, I die. Got you, buddy. Let's go. Every time I run through that route, I always try to get shot there. Trying to head over to D. That means there's a guy somewhere here, I think on the roof. Oh man, I messed that up. Am I playing on controller? Yep. Is there a guy here? Yo, I think it's like behind the wall, but there's also one guy pulling up there. Yeah, it's right here. There. Holy! It's a tank, I think. What the hell is that? Nice, we got D. Man, that was a hard one to lock down. Holy tank. Oh, you can completely melt people on this map on the tank. Hope he doesn't go through those. Yeah, I got some freaking mines right here on the ground. Trying to shoot him. Hey, buddy, there's mines on the ground. Where are you going? Melted. There's a guy throwing mines around here. Oh!
Attention! Objective Delta has fallen to the enemy.
You really hate tanks? Apparently they're really annoying on the Battle Royale mode. Oh, come on.
The enemy has secured more objectives. Let's strike back.
There's a guy right here. Literally.
Objective Delta.
He's gonna try and push. Maybe I should push. Damn, Daniel. Damn, Daniel. I have to reload. I have to reload. I should have changed my gun. Look at the freaking snipers up here.
Objective Charlie is under hostile attack. Enemies are attacking Objective Charlie. Hostile forces are attacking Charlie.
Oh man, where did he go?
Bravo gets in low. Objective Delta is being neutralized.
Alright, nice.
Attack support is needed on the marked objective.
Oh man, that was some suicide bomber shit. How the hell did that happen? I think. How did the thing explode?
Capture Bravo.
Ain't no bad. We joined the game pretty late, but top 6.
We are attempting to capture Bravo. Bravo has been neutralized.
Wait for me, wait for me, wait for me. Let's get it. Let's get these points. Nice. We gotta tank at A. Probably like go for A. Bunch of people there though. Holy. Oops. Oh my gosh. Damn. Got a tank right there. It's probably gonna shoot me down. Damn. And we got a sniper right here too.
Enemies are attacking objective Charlie.
Tank's about to explode. I wish I could spawn on that guy. Oh no, I don't want to spawn in the tank.
Objective marked. Support the attack. Be advised. Hostiles now hold all objectives. Be advised. Hostile attack confirmed on Echo.
Enemy tank. Oh man, that guy's coming for us.
Hostile attack confirmed on Echo. We have secured an advantage. Keep it going. Let's go.
Oh, there's a tank there. There's a really good tank driver on the other side of the team.
Still control more objectives. Regroup and attack.
I hear a guy running around here.
Attacking Bravo.
Just kind of like smoking everybody out right now. Better they can't see me. Holy. Oh. Oh, and you also get points for smoking it out too. So whenever they kill somebody, you got the smokes out. Pretty nice way of getting additional points. Oh man. Oh, there's so many of them. They're all running to C right now. Damn. Yeah, let's go get some more points here, B. Oh, that's my guy. GG's. Pretty good game. Still managed to come out second. Got put in this lobby a bit late too. See, this guy got like 31 kills, but he's not playing objectives. Empire State. Oh, what's this? Manhattan Bridge. How's the stream, guys? Is it lagging or how's the quality? Is it smooth? Is that laggy or how is it? Looks smooth. Quality is good. Oh, nice. I always forget the tanks can move faster than I can run. Probably go for A. It's closest one. Whoa. Yeah, let me get inside here. Let's go for C. Come on, tank. They're all probably just in here somewhere. Nobody. Look at that. Nobody in here. Come on, stay at C. Come on now. Oh, holy. Nice, we got an engineer nearby. Probably take this tank. Come on, just one more shot. Easy. Easy. Anybody else? Can we cross the street? Alright. Oh, there's a guy in there. Holy, he's probably just waiting for me. Ah, I knew it. Yes, he came out first. Patience, young Padawan. It helps you in all areas in life. Not just the charts, but in battlefield. Here's another one. Drop dead. Alright, I think we can take B now, right? D. Young Padawan was not patient enough. It's always who's gonna crack first when the pressure's on. Like smoke myself here too. This microphone is on. Run! Children, run! The boogeyman is coming for you. Where's this buddy over here? Alright, we gotta go for C. Let's take the back door. Oh, I thought... Ooh. Oh, wow. 7 kills, 0 deaths.
We are moving on objective Charlie.
The enemy have taken more objectives.
Alright, let's go to C. Is there nobody driving the tank anymore?
Our forces have neutralized objective Charlie.
We've secured more objectives. Let's hold it.
Objective Mark, we need you supporting the attack. Secure the early advantage. We are attacking objective Bravo.
I need a medic!
Our attack on Echo is underway. Be advised, hostiles are assaulting Charlie. Be advised, hostiles attacking Bravo. Echo is being neutralized. Objective locked. We need you supporting the attack.
Ooh.
Hostiles now hold more objectives. Out. Our forces are attacking objective Charlie.
Target down. Target down. Keep them up, target. Hold the ground. Man down! Under fire! Objective Charlie neutralized. We now hold more objectives. Keep pushing. We need defensive support on the marked objective.
It's gonna be confused. I reckon it's gonna jump through. And they're already pushing on C.
Objective Echo is under attack. Be advised, enemy now control more objectives. We took back the objective. The enemy has secured more objectives. Let's rally and counter.
Oh, that's my guy. Alright, alright, alright. Shit. Damn, buddy. I don't think I can get you, buddy. Gotta wait. Gotta wait, buddy. I think I got you. Oh, Lee. Oh, my days.
Maintain your attack. We've neutralized objective Bravo.
And getting D right now is no joke.
Our forces control more objectives than the enemy.
Need attack support and marked objectives.
Oh, man, I switched guns. Switch guns. How do I get my gun back? Picked up a guy's gun by accident. Oh, man. I think I switched my class. I was trying to revive him, but ended up rocket launching him. I think the whole class switches when you pick up a gun. What the hell is that shit? Literally a guy right there.
Enemy attack confirmed at Charlie.
That was a good spot too.
Alright, we're taking objective Charlie. Enemy forces have taken objective Charlie.
Ah, there's a tank in there. Okay. Ah.
Still controlling the fight. Keep it going.
Enemies are attacking objective Bravo.
What should we go for? C? Yo.
Bravo has been lost.
See nothing.
We've taken back objective control. Position needed on the marked objective.
Oh. Yeah, the tank's got like some kind of smoke thing.
Hostiles are assaulting Charlie. Hostiles attacking objective Delta.
Still controlling the fight. Keep it going.
Keep at it!
Yeah, look at him trying to take C. Need to get in there. I think the smoke thing is like if you got a fighter jet on you or something and there's a missile coming towards you. So otherwise it just blinds you. Shit, I'm stuck. Holy! Holy! Man, I just heard toot, 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 toot. That's my cue. Oh man, there's so many of them here. This guy's like hold it down, boys. Hold it down. There's a guy right there. There's a guy literally behind that wall. Hold it down, fellas. Hold it down.
Grab what you can.
Objective Charlie has been secured.
Oh man, there's a tank literally right there. Oh my days.
We're targeting objective Delta.
Down down. Down down. Down down. Down down. Fortunes of Sun. Alright, let's see if we can get A, but looks like we got some. How do you change a man, I want to get on this gun up here. How'd you get on that gun? How do you freaking change? Man, you can't change seat? Why can't we change seat? Oh, we're coming in now, boys. We coming in now. Look at that, it like shoots out smoke from behind. Yo, that is so sick. Look at that. Holy, that is so cool.
Hostiles have secured Alpha.
We need more of that smoke thing. Yo, that was so cool. Alright, buddy, move. Let me get in there. Let me get in there. This tank is blocking the way, having all the fun. Ah, let me get in there. Dude, turning this thing is like a mission. Oh, yeah, blame that tank. It's freaking stopped in the middle of the road. Oh, wow, man. 30 kills? Look at this. 30 kills, 7 deaths here.
Be advised, Delta's under attack. We no longer hold Alpha. We took back the objective.
Someone about to run through this. They're falling into sea. Hey.
We're moving on objective Echo.
Oh, they got a helicopter, tank.
Be advised, we've lost control of objective Charlie. Attack support needed on the marked objective.
Oh, fuck. There you go.
We're moving on objective Charlie.
Lock it down, lock it down. I can't get that guy. Oh my days. It's so fucking moving. There we go. Sheesh.
Our attack on Bravo is underway.
GG's chat, GG's. Man, this guy completely melted people. 71 kills. Oh, nice. I got the stubby. All right, I'm gonna end stream here. See everybody on Monday. Yeah, how do I gotta exit this game here. Let's quit to main menu. I'm gonna head out. See you all next week, Monday. Adios.